Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council Workshop, November 14th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum, so let's begin the meeting with the roll call. Margaret?
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza. Here. Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. Okay, if you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time, we will begin discussion and direction on the Focus Zoning Code update, and Jennifer Hagan will present. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we are here to discuss and receive direction on the zoning code update, particularly the Focus Zoning Code updates. As background, this project was reinitiated in January of 2023 when City Council provided direction on reinitiating the project, including a new focused and phased approach. This was then followed by approval of a professional service agreement with De Novo Planning Group to prepare and complete the zoning code update, including the objective design standards. Overall, the project includes 3 main tasks. Task 1 was the objective design standards. Task 2, the zoning code amendments required by state law. And task 3, which is the focused, prioritized zoning code updates. Overall, the overall project, De Novo Planning Group will take the lead. De Novo is a full-service land use and environmental planning firm specializing in community planning that has a lot of experience working in the city, making them uniquely qualified to help with this project. For De Novo, this project will be managed by Perry Banner. Perry is attempting to be here with us tonight. Perry had some travel delays through weather as well as some other incidents in San Francisco this evening, and so we'll hopefully be here by the end of our presentation tonight. In addition to Perry and De Novo, they will be working closely with JZMK Partners, which is an award-winning international architectural and urban planning firm who will lead the comprehensive objective design standards. This area will be led by Andrew Watkins, who you will most likely meet at our next meeting for our initial objective design standards. We'll be presenting to you our initial objective design standards introduction. Tonight, our goal is to discuss the potential focus zoning code update amendments in order to get clarification on specific topics and areas of land uses to address, as well as get clarification on new regulations the City Council would like staff to do additional research on implementing. The approved timeline envisioned the 3 tasks being completed in order, with the final task, which was the focus zoning code update, being completed towards the end of 2024. Based on recent future agenda item requests and discussions around several development applications, staff is recommending that task 3 be moved forward in the schedule in order to prioritize the focus zoning code updates. Based on this new approach and direction, and the direction received tonight, staff envisions moving forward with the focus zoning code updates with additional community outreach as well as check-ins with LUD beginning in February and March of next year. This would be done concurrently with task 1, which is currently underway, and it is critical to move forward quickly. It is anticipated that staff will introduce the objective design standards at the December 12th City Council meeting and request direction on the City Council's goals and objectives, as well as priorities and focusing on moving forward with the residential standards. This revised timeline would then leave task 2, which is the various updates to the zoning code required to bring the code up to consistent with current state laws, to follow towards the end of the timeline. The next portion of tonight's discussion is on the potential focus zoning code amendments. Over the past year, staff has noted Community Planning Commission, City Council comments in regards to the desired updates to land use regulations in the zoning code. Based on these observations, staff has come up with the uses shown here that the City Council may want to address as part of the city's focused update efforts. As part of our initial presentation tonight, I'll be summarizing each of these topics and briefly explaining what we hope to achieve and get direction from Council. As part of tonight's action, staff has not done extensive or exhaustive research on each of these topics since direction has not yet been given. Since there are currently 72 planned development zones and numerous commercial, office, and industrial zones, as well as 3 specific plans, it's difficult to provide property or neighborhood specifics for each of these uses. Once staff is provided the further direction, staff will be able to provide a zone-by-zone analysis of where uses are currently allowed to assist in your evaluation of any future changes. Staff is recommending that after clarifying questions and public comments tonight, we return to the specific questions as presented in the priority summary or scorecard that was included in your packet tonight to go by question. Before we begin our review of the potential topics, I want to acknowledge that although the City Council has prioritized restricting tobacco sales within the city, that is not included on this list. Work on new tobacco regulations has been prioritized by staff and is already moving forward on a separate path since it's likely to affect other municipal code sections outside of the zoning code, and therefore will not be included as part of this focus code update. The first topic for discussion is short-term rentals. Short-term rentals through platforms such as Airbnb and VRBO have become increasingly popular. The city's zoning code currently only references short-term rentals of a home in terms of allowing room and boarding in excess of 30 consecutive calendar days in residential zones. The zoning code does not currently reference renting portions of the property such as backyards or pools. The zoning code does include general provisions, though, that require conditional use permits for all uses not specifically permitted. Staff has taken the position that renting a residence for periods shorter than 30 days or renting portions of the home, such as the backyard, would require a conditional use permit. However, to date, the city has not received any formal applications. The City Council has formally requested a future agenda item to address backyard rentals. Staff is recommending that the future agenda item be consolidated into this zoning code update. Staff is requesting direction from City Council on whether you wish to move forward with updating the zoning code to further address the short-term rental regulations, and if so, if you would like to move forward as part of the zoning code update outside of the future agenda process. In addition, staff is requesting whether the City Council would like staff to research prohibiting all future short-term rentals or regulating their uses. The next topic is related to alcohol sales within the city. The city's zoning code currently has very limited alcohol regulations and has little in the way of development standards that address alcohol sales. In a typical zone, restaurants serving beer and wine and full alcohol are permitted uses. Some of the zones, including downtown, restaurants that serve alcohol past 10 p.m. require a conditional use permit. The City Council has formally requested a future agenda item to define schools relative to alcohol sales. Staff is requesting direction from Council on whether you'd wish to move forward with updating this code to further address alcohol sales, and if so, if you'd like to do so as part of the zoning code update. In addition, staff is requesting whether the City Council would like staff to research additional regulations, such as distances from school, including defining a school, as well as parks, or adding any other regulations outside of what was previously directed. Next, we have self-storage facilities. The city's zoning code currently does not have any specific operational regulations or development standards related to self-storage facilities. Although permitted by right in a few heavier industrial zones throughout the city, self-storage facilities are typically conditionally permitted in most zones. Staff is requesting direction on whether the City Council would like staff to research prohibiting all future self-storage facilities or to regulate their operations, such as size, height, distance from other facilities, as well as impose additional design criteria. Next is car washes and gas station facilities. The city has had a recent influx in car wash and gas station facilities throughout the city, both together and on their own. And the city's zoning code currently does not have any specific operational regulations or development standards related to either car wash or gas station facilities. However, both are typically conditionally permitted in most commercial zones. Staff is recommending direction on whether the City Council would like staff to research prohibiting all future car wash and gas station facilities, or to regulate their operations, including noise, distances from residential zones, or other similar facilities. And lastly, we have drive-through uses. The city zoning code currently does not have any specific operational regulations related or development standards related to drive-through uses. Drive-through uses include pharmacies and bank drive-throughs, are typically conditionally permitted when allowed in commercial zones throughout the city. Tonight, we're requesting direction specific to food and beverage drive-through uses that are more common and tend to have larger number of daily trips than pharmacy and banks. Staff is requesting direction on whether the City Council would like staff to research adding regulations to drive-through uses to regulate the usage, such as imposing distance requirements from residential zones, greater queuing requirements, or additional noise analysis. And with that, that concludes staff's initial presentation. As I stated, staff is here to answer any clarifying questions and hear public comments. And once City Council is ready to discuss the topics in more detail, staff is available to bring up the priority summary or scorecard that was included in your agenda packet tonight, so we can go through each question as we take direction on any further items, as well as take direction on any further items that staff has not included before you tonight. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation at the moment.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, then we will move to public comments. Margaret?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comment from those participating in the chambers first, then those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we received one written public comment on this item from Clay Howley, which has been posted on the city's website. I have 2 speaker cards in person. I'll call on Rod.
Thank you, Margaret, and thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak today. And for the public, I am a planning commissioner, and so I just want to make sure for the record that nothing I say tonight is going to influence how I rule on any particular thing that comes before us. Having said that, I just wanted to express my support to the City Council for undertaking this. It's always better to have sharper, bright line definitions for us on the Planning Commission and for the applicants and for the public so that everybody knows what's going on, and especially for staff, so when they're working with the applicant, they have lines that they know where they are and do not have to make a lot of excess judgment calls. I want to say things like you were defining a school. I would consider things like the reason for not having a school next door to a bar is mostly to protect the little children. So for purposes of that, I would define a school as any place where little children are gathered together, under adult supervision, away from home, and not just strictly someplace where they're learning math out of a book. I mean, even if it's daycare, they're learning how to relate to each other. So to me, it's educational. So things like that. Drive-through uses, yeah, definitely would like to see some sharper lines on drive-throughs. I ruled on a drive-through recently where there was not clearly defined in the PD how many drive-throughs there should be, and so exceptions were made. And it would have been better to just, if they had just, when they made that PD, made a specific recommendation. So yeah, bright lines. Gas stations, yeah, the gas stations are kind of dying a slow death in this country right now. So you want to be circumspect about adding more. Car washes is an issue where a good example of the principle that I like to follow, which is to always consider how the public will react to our decisions. And I think where we have discretion, we should always try to make decisions that the general public would be generally approving of and would make the same decision if they had the opportunity. So things like that. I do really applaud you for making this effort, and I look forward to watching the workshop tonight. I want to get better at being a planning commissioner, and I think to do that, I need to get better at anticipating what the City Council wants us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Clay Howley.
Good evening, esteemed members of the City Council, Commissioners, Mayor, City Administrators, Police, Fire, even our Juris Doctors. It's me again, Clay Hawley. First, I just want to thank you for the opportunity for all of you, because I know you all work hard and do things that we don't see. I was going to say something very different. I do want to talk a little bit about our city and the growth of our city. I kind of think of this time right now as puberty for our city. And since a lot of us have had teenage kids, depending on which department you're at, we're between 66 and 75% of our planned growth. That sounds like teenage years to me. So it's a time full of emotion, stress, and anxiety, but also strength, hope, and empowerment, growing pains. So thanks for that. I was going to say something different. What I was going to say was on tonight's focus zoning updates that I thought we kind of missed an opportunity by excluding tobacco, but by sending out information to our council members, to our city manager actually reached out to me, as well as our director of community development, and let me know that I was going to talk about tobacco because I just wanted to say, hey, how's that tobacco thing going? Putting in gas stations, they sell tobacco. Kids go to gas stations. So they both informed me that there's plans in the works. So I'm not going to sit up here and complain about anything. And I'm excited to get in touch with Ms. Morris and hear more about it. And I'll be back at a future date. I'm not anti-tobacco. I'm not anti-small business. I'm pro-responsibility. Let's keep things better in Brentwood for the future. And that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, and I don't see any hands raised in Zoom. Oh, I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Cynthiana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I want to applaud this council for discussing this zoning update. It's really important to set the tone and have a very clear direction on what is permitted or not permitted in certain areas. We've seen a lot of confusion and blurred lines when the various development projects have been discussed, including even CUPs. So for tonight's discussion, I have a couple of items that I want to ask you to focus on. Put a moratorium on car washes and gas stations. Do not allow short-term rentals. That will be the end of our quiet single-family neighborhoods. And we know how much we treasure and how much people who want to live here coming from the outside look at that as a real asset for their future investment. To Clay's point, I did not see here any references to smoke shops, tobacco sales, and the preliminary presentation from the staff. So if there's any way possible to actually focus and ask questions about that topic, I would be very happy to hear that. Also, I welcome the idea of establishing distances between neighborhoods and noise-generating businesses. We know how controversial the project that involved the car washes along Brentwood Boulevard and the AM/PM station really close to, and the drive-thrus really close, pretty much in people's backyards, generated so much controversy and discussion for the Planning Commission, for this forum as well. And, some decisions were not satisfying our residents because now they have to live with this burden of, having noise and all the traffic literally in their backyards. Also, if any laws need to be specified, please, please, please required to include those in the verbiage of what's to be adopted, and also take time to analyze line by line what's being proposed, what you want to propose, because it's a good time to pay attention to all the details. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised. Oh, no, no additional hands.
This time we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. Who would like to start our council discussion?
Can we understand, so is the tobacco one happening as we speak? And is that one going to happen sooner than this one? Is that why it's parallel and not inclusive?
Yes, it's already underway. We've engaged outside counsel. We're looking into the 16 items that council wanted us to look at. It's a long list and it's pretty complex. You know, there's a lot of policy decisions that have to be made around some of the, well, probably about half of those 16. So that's already happening. We're planning on bringing that back to council in March. So that's why we didn't include it in this discussion, because we already feel like we have council direction on that from the future agenda item request. These items are items we don't feel that we have a majority council direction on, the ones we're discussing tonight. So March, we will bring the tobacco ordinance back based on the council future agenda. It may have to come back again, depending on the direction we get that night, because we won't necessarily have draft ordinances in front of council. We'll have samples and examples and things we need policy direction on. That may have to go back to planning commission and then council. There are also multiple sections of the municipal code that deal with tobacco. It's not just Title 17, which is what we're focusing on tonight with the zoning ordinance. So it just made sense to pull it out because of timing reasons and how complex it is.
Can we leverage the ordinances that the county already has instead of having to recreate them and get it faster?
We can absolutely leverage those. We've shared some of the information from, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name.
Clay.
I'm sorry?
Clay Holly.
Yes, the organization that has the model ordinances. I'm sorry, I'm just blanked on it. So we've already shared that with the outside council. They're already doing analysis on that. Whether or not it can happen faster. So council's direction was to specific enforcement related, a whole new program like a tobacco retailer license would have to be implemented by ordinance, but we have to discuss it internally. Who's going to staff that? Who's going to issue those? Those are all things we need to make recommendations to council. So March seems like a long way away, and I understand for folks who think this is an urgent issue in the community now, because it is, but there's a lot of work that has to go into it. So March to us doesn't seem that far away. It's only a few months away, and there's a lot of work we want to do to give a thorough report to council. So we're absolutely leveraging existing materials.
So what can we do between now and then, if someone comes and wants a tobacco license, do we have an out to say no?
So there's a moratorium still in effect on new tobacco retailers based on that definition just in that ordinance.
Yeah, but like we have some 7-Elevens coming.
Right. So, well, I think our 7-Eleven's been effectively withdrawn, but yes, there could be other retailers who come in. We don't issue tobacco licenses yet, right? That's a new program that council wants us to look at. So they would go through a normal entitlement process. So yeah, we are vulnerable to new tobacco sales happening in the city we don't know yet what council is going to provide us direction to do. But if council provided us direction to create an ordinance that curtailed tobacco sales in the city, then part of that discussion is, does that apply retroactively? Because there are existing businesses that already sell tobacco. And that's one of the reasons the conversation is so complicated, because what does that look like? Is that amortizing existing businesses? Is that a drop dead date that if you're selling tobacco, everybody has to stop within, let's say, 5 years? There's legal ramifications to all that discussion. So as everything in this world, it's more complex than we would like it to be, unfortunately. But so if someone comes in tomorrow to open a convenience store that sells tobacco, there's nothing on the books, as long as it doesn't meet that tobacco shop definition in the urgency ordinance, to stop them. But there's multiple retailers in the city right now that sell tobacco. Mm-hmm. So depending on what council wants to do, we have to figure out how to address that.
Okay. I don't know if we want, I know you have a lot of ones that you want specific. So for example, I look at the drive-throughs, and when I'm looking at the drive-throughs, I like what's in our design guidelines, right? On page 12 of the commercial, plan drive-throughs to minimize adverse physical and visual impacts. Now I know that we have to write that in a way that's very specific, like how many feet from whatever that we think it's going to impact, but avoid drive-through lanes which are located between the building and adjacent streets. avoid drive-through exits into major entry and exit drives. Drive-through windows and driveways are not allowed in locations facing any residential area, including residential areas separated from the use by an intervening street. Like, I like all of those. I wish we could have used them on the Wendy's one so that they didn't face someone's house, but can we incorporate that if the other, if the other council members agree? Because it's all about quality of life for the people that are going to be living there. So because I think we're going to have to go through each and every single, like, I looked at zoning section 17, and are we going to go through it like we did PA1 on all of the uses and like define the uses?
So that's not the project that council moved forward. So that would have been the comprehensive zoning ordinance update to look at that entire land use table. So what we're talking right now are focused updates just on particular land uses. So some of them are in that table, some may need to be added because they're not currently in that table, but we didn't scope out and weren't proposing to look at that entire land use table. That's the bigger undertaking, believe it or not, than what we're even talking about tonight. So that's why we keep calling it the focused or prioritized zoning code update, because that's what council authorized us to do in January, and that's what we scoped out with the consultant.
Okay, so are we only looking at the items that you presented then, or can we bring up anything?
Yeah, so there's an other, number 7, which wasn't on our slide. Is the other. So that's what we're here. Those are the ones we've just heard mentioned, but I'm sure there's others that council would like to regulate. And to your point about the design guidelines, commercial design guidelines don't necessarily have to be as objective as residential. That's the law. But when you put it in the zoning code, yes, it should be as precise as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the difference between a guideline and a zoning code level standard. So some of those design guidelines could certainly be incorporated into the zoning code, and that would make them much more enforceable. We would just caution about getting too precise because every physical location will be different in the city, right? Every site has its own context as well.
Yeah, but as we've seen, it's hard to enforce things when they're not in the
Yes,
zoning
so
and they're in the guidelines, like we get stuck.
They'd be much more enforceable in the zoning code for sure.
Okay, so this is for years and years. Everyone says no more gas stations, no more car washes. And has staff done analytics around, I know we have the Costco that's approved and that's going to have a ton of pumps. I can't remember, 32, 36, something like that. Does staff think there's any need for any additional pumps in the city outside of what's already approved?
So staff currently hasn't done that analysis. That's something that we are looking for direction tonight. If it is something that the city council would like to direct staff to look into on either minimizing the number of future gas stations, we can definitely do that. We can figure out where every gas station is in the city. We can have a color-coded map and figure out where there perhaps are areas that don't have access to gas stations. And maybe those are the areas that you're looking to continue to allow them conditionally, and then areas that are over-concentrated, perhaps not allow them. But that is the type of direction that we're looking for tonight, if you would want to move forward with prohibiting them or restricting them in some ways.
Because I don't want any more, but I think if the residents see, if staff says we might need a few more in these sections, and the residents come up like, no, we don't want them, it's up to them because that's their neighborhood, right? If they're saying no, then we should do what they say because that's where they live. But I don't think we need any more because I don't see long lines at our gas stations. And actually, I think our tax revenue went down for gas because people are buying less gas, if I'm not mistaken. I looked around, but Carrie's not there.
Well, and Darren may have a perspective from an economic development perspective. Not all gas stations are just gas stations, right? Most of them nowadays have a convenience store component that does have a sales tax component to it in addition to gas. So they're usually a package, right, or the car wash. So I don't know that a significant number of gas stations are needed going forward in the city. I think there's probably a couple intersections that major arterials that don't have gas for quite a distance in either direction, but that's only a couple. So I think if council gave the direction that we have enough, or we just want to see where else we could put maybe 1 or 2, we can certainly come back with that information.
Can we demand EV chargers with gas stations? Like if you're going to put a gas station, can we offset the bad with like EV chargers, which is the good?
So the building code requires EV charging infrastructure to be installed with all new commercial uses. It doesn't necessarily require them to install the full, so you have to make it EV charging available. That's in the building code now. I anticipate in a couple years, you'll have to put in the whole charging station. But whether or not we can require it, I haven't come across that question, so I'm not sure.
Because that's, I mean, if we're going to put in gas stations, I would feel better about it if we also had EV chargers.
Yeah, and so if that's council's direction, we can look into what our jurisdiction is as a city to requiring the full charging station to be installed, not just the infrastructure that's required by the building code.
I'll let you guys, because I have a ton of stuff, but you guys can go ahead because I'll wait on you guys.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. One of my questions is around the alcohol sales, and you did mention the CUPs for extended hours. But I'm wondering currently, just to double check here, how many of our restaurants have CUPs to extend hours past 10 o'clock?
So we currently do not have that information overall of how many require it. I know in the downtown, there are a number of them within the downtown. That's the one specific zone that comes to mind that does require it after 10. I know there's a few handful of PDs outside of the downtown that also require a CUP. But I believe the majority of the downtown restaurants do have it.
And then if we could get a sort of a perspective on distance to residential for those. I'd be interested in finding out, first of all, how many they are, where they are in the city, but what their distance to residential is, and if we have any that are close to residential that have that CUP. I'd also like to know, and this is kind of more of a PD question, but if we have any records of incidents after 10 p.m. versus incidents prior to 10 p.m. that are involving alcohol.
Yeah, so we can get that from the police.
Okay. And then if we are looking at distance to residential, would we also include distance to the schools and parks that are part of residential developments?
So the council can look at, so there's sort of sensitive uses that you could make an umbrella category. So sensitive uses would include more than one type of use. So it'd be residential, schools, hospitals, whatever the council feels is something that an adjacency to an alcohol sales would be problematic.
Okay. My goal here is really just to be consistent across the city and to make sure that what we've had working so far is what we're moving ahead with for any new commercial developments for restaurants or bars for that matter. Okay. On the short-term rental regulations, I did a quick search on Airbnb and VRBO. Of course, we do have short-term rentals in Brentwood, even though we're not supposed to. But I wondered about enforcement of that. Like, I know I mentioned it to Tim, and he said that there was a kind of a monthly scoping of those sites to see. And people typically, and you mentioned it as well, Alexis, people typically don't list their addresses, so it's a little hard to enforce. What does enforcement look like?
So our code enforcement does a monthly online look at a couple of things. One of them is short-term rentals, and a lot of folks are very savvy about not posting their address for a number of reasons, not necessarily that they don't want to get caught. They may not even know what the city's regulations are. So given that we only have 4 code enforcement officers, if we don't have an address, they keep looking back to see if they can find or if there's any indicator in pictures about where it is. But if there isn't, we don't really have a lot of resources to go beyond that. When there are addresses, they contact the property owner and let them know what the city's regulations are. So it's really hit or miss. And if council wanted to prioritize something like that, we just may need to talk about allocating resources more efficiently for that versus maybe some of the other enforcement that they're doing.
Okay. As far as self-storage facilities, the agenda said that they were permitted by right in a few zones throughout the city, and we discussed them being industrial. Can you share where those are?
So the two off the top of my head that I know of is the Elkins area over by the city yard, and the other is over in Harvest Park area behind where the bowling alley is in that industrial zone over there off of Brentwood Boulevard between basically the bowling alley and the police station.
Okay. Let's see. When it comes to one of the callers mentioned noise impact, but I'm also thinking about light impact and odor impact. Can you specifically share what we have in our zoning codes now to mitigate some of those impacts? It's kind of across the board, not just in one business, but it's a multitude of businesses.
Yeah, so currently we don't have specifics in the zoning ordinance outside of referencing our general plan. Within our general plan, we do have our noise element within the general plan that does regulate noise levels for residential and commercial uses. And it has levels as measured from the property line from different types of uses. It also has nighttime and daytime noise regulations. So outside of that, it's pretty generic. You know, commercial use covers all commercial uses. And so it's not specific to the type of uses, and it doesn't necessarily include sensitive receptors. It treats residential as residential. So that is currently the only thing we have. And then in terms of smell, we currently don't have anything because it's hard to test. And it's not really, I don't think there's really an objective test out there currently of what.
Walk by and sniff, right?
Yeah.
Or residential complaints or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that one is a little bit more difficult, but that just becomes it's a nuisance under our nuisance ordinance.
So then what can we do with those impacts in mind? What can we do to protect residents even more from those sorts of pollution?
Go ahead.
So we also should mention that we have foot candle requirements in lighting as well in our municipal code. So you can't put parking lots that are too bright or too dim, one way or the other. So there are several things that we can do to, you know, quote unquote, protect residents from future development. Noise is very difficult because it is highly subjective and there isn't a way to sort of measure it in the way that we can measure lumens and lighting or sound. And that's an issue that many communities come up against. And it's usually when there's a use that is introduced and it's offensive to certain people, and then they complain and you're not really having a standard to enforce at that point. But that is not to say through if a project had a CEQA document that we couldn't deal with it in that context. And if not, we could have performance standards about noise, odor generating uses, that they have to have certain types of scrubbers and that sort of thing if we think that there's going to be an impact. Because remember, we have to connect these to findings in some way, right? Another way to protect residents is just to have more distance requirements, okay? And so the way some of our PDs are set up, that might be more difficult to enforce because the commercial land is right up against the residential. It's already been subdivided. It's already been created. But we can certainly, you know, look at where that could apply in the city. As well as noise. We do have a nuisance section of the code around noise. I think that could be modernized and updated. That's not necessarily Title 17, but there's certainly ways that we could make that a little more modern and more easily enforced.
Okay. I would really like to see those mitigations considered. Things like massage parlors, CBD sales. I mean, CBD sales isn't included in tobacco, but it is a sensitive topic. And where are we with those kind of zoning?
So massage establishments are regulated by the state. And so we have a section in the municipal code that is compliant with the state law. The state precluded local government's ability to require conditional use permits for massage establishments a number of years ago. So our hands are somewhat tied there other than the zones where we permit them in the city. But they took away the ability of local governments to require CUPs for massage establishments quite a while ago. What was their second?
CBD sales.
CBD. So CBD, as long as it doesn't have cannabis in it, isn't regulated the same way. And honestly, that is probably more part of the tobacco discussion.
Okay.
Flavored tobacco, CBD products that you can vape are different than cannabis. There's also CBD cosmetics, topical products. It's a huge category that I'm not familiar with our legal ability to regulate those, but we can certainly
Yeah,
look
and I
into it.
don't really have a problem. In fact, I've used CDB products that are lotions and things
Right.
like that. So I don't have a problem with that at all. They're good for pain relief and anti-pharmaceutical. But when it comes to CBDs that can be vaped, we do have that specified in the moratorium that we're currently holding on to. Is that
There's a
true?
whole list of categories that is not allowed in the smoke shop, just in that urgency ordinance. But that doesn't necessarily apply to tobacco sales in other parts of the city.
Okay.
Because that urgency ordinance is just focused on new tobacco retailers.
Okay. Let me check my notes one more time. I think that might be it for me for now. Yes, for now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Meyer, could I ask a clarifying question? When you asked about alcohol sales and being consistent across the city, I mentioned this in another council meeting. Your PA1 specific plan has mixed-use development. And so you will have, if we're successful in seeing the development of the Innovation Center, you will have a residential immediately adjacent to commercial uses, which hopefully will have activity and have nightlife and have restaurants. Do you see that being treated differently than you do the rest of the city? And then also I would say the similar thing about our downtown. We have more and more restaurants that are calling that are interested in being downtown. They are very near residential, but it's kind of a historic downtown district that's had those type of uses. So when you mention consistency, I just wanted to ask, do you assume across the city the same ordinance, or that staff come back and bring back regulations that might look at certain districts differently that are commercially zoned?
I actually really appreciate you bringing that up because I think it's a very good distinction. PA1 does need to be the mixed use, and it does need to have that, like you said, kind of a nightlife that appeals to certain generations or people with a certain kind of lifestyle that's that leans toward that. So I personally, one of five here again, I do believe that different districts and types of businesses and types of residential planning should be looked at in a different way. I think a residential development that has always been a residential development needs to be looked at in a different way from what people have the expectation for from a downtown or a mixed-use development, if that's making sense. But thank you for bringing that up. I do appreciate it.
Councilmember Meyer?
Pearson.
I'm so sorry.
We look just
Pearson.
like each other.
I'm looking
It's okay.
right at you and I
It's
said,
all
Meyer,
right.
I'm sorry.
It's too early for you. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to add my little 2 cents. One was, and I apologize, I'm a little medicine heady tonight. I'm a little under the weather. Some of my additions would probably be adding the definition of schools right now in 17.030.030. In definitions, we have the definition of adult daycares and a definition of child daycares, but we don't have a definition of schools. So it would be my recommendation that we add a definition of schools to include daycares and preschools. And my rationale behind that is basically being consistent with the decisions that we made when we had, was it El Toro? Yeah. Yes, restaurant came. There is a deep concern for me that we are consistent in how we regulate, and that it's not going to be a mystery to planning when we do come up with schools. I would also agree that we keep the distance consistent with that, with the ABC standards that we reviewed at that time when we looked at El Toro. But I definitely think we need to be more clear in our defining what a school is. And I do agree with Mr. Flores when he spoke about that we need to add daycares and preschools, a place where children are gathering, and to expand a little bit further. I don't think we should stop at a certain age. Kids are kids. I think that this should be something that we look at moving forward, but not retroactively. I don't think that we should. I think we have legal ramifications to try to enforce this retroactively. We had a big issue with pools and backyards. We all know that we had a situation that came up here before council, and I definitely think we also need to add to that same section 17.030.030 a definition of what a pool is, what a backyard is, because we do have what a dwelling is, and we have different levels of a dwelling, and what an ADU is, but we don't have necessarily how we incorporate pools in backyard spaces. I think we do need something by the way of zoning to define the temporary usage of a backyard space. Right now, we're looking at 30 days for short-term rentals, but I'm looking at the same day for short-term rentals when it comes to pool usage and backyard usage. You know, when I was looking at the staff report, and I want to say thank you, it was so well done, and I really appreciate the sheet because I feel like it's like, hey, yes or no, what do you want to do? It kept us in parameters, and I appreciate that because it clearly made me feel like you're telling me what you need from me to get your job done. So thanks. But when I see things like, do we want to prohibit, it kind of gives me a little feeling when we think about something so affirmative that we're going to prohibit, period. I do like the idea of moratoriums, and I like the idea that we can come back and talk about conditional usage or conditional areas. For example, yes, we have way too many gas stations, and we have way too many car washes. But then if you're on Sand Creek and you're running out of gas, you will not find a gas station. And that becomes difficult. You have to drive to Balfour, you have to drive to Lone Tree. So I just don't want to absolutely eliminate, because I have heard people complain about not having access to certain things that we have. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was, thank you, Darren, for bringing up the mixed use. And I do think we need to look at specifically identifying that we don't absolutely want to say across the board, but just making sure that we do think that downtown area, PA1, and I'd even say the Sand Creek area closer to Highway 4 is an area where and now with Lazy Dog coming and other restaurants in that area, and us opening up the Sand Creek extension, that we need to be careful that we don't just completely eliminate access to some of the businesses that we can have. Thank you, Clay, tonight for coming up to talk about tobacco and kind of lighting that fire under us. And thank you to staff for letting us know March is coming back. Because that was my first question. What about tobacco in my notes? But for the drive-throughs, you know, we had the issue with Wendy's, the complaints about sound. And I do, after our meeting with staff in our briefing, I do think we need to have some clear, defined, mixed ways we deal with things, of still have the CUP process in place, but also having some standards that we set for drive-throughs. I would probably add, because we are at this phase of growth, that we do look at not just fast food, but also I would like to look at pharmaceuticals spaces. If you're ever on Lone Tree, over there by Walgreens, there sometimes is a bad backup. If you're going to Walgreens, and that little parking space, it gets pretty backed up. So I like that. I like for us to include those type of drive-through spaces as well. I think the more that we include, it would make it more helpful for planning and for us as well. And then my other thing, let's see, car washes. We don't need any more, but I don't think we should forever prohibit. I think we should put a hold on them. Self-storage, same deal. Yeah, that was everything that I think that I had. Nothing more.
Councilmember Pearson, can I ask a question? So the issue related to alcohol next to daycares, many of our commercial centers allow both restaurants and daycares. For example, Streets of Brentwood. Streets of Brentwood is a retail center which allows a daycare center, which you have current restaurants and hopefully more future restaurants that would want to go there. Same thing downtown, maybe a daycare could go in, and then you might have a restaurant that comes later that wants to have alcohol, and you have a conflicting. So I guess my question is do you want to provide staff with some direction on how you'd like that handled? You know, the issue might not be alcohol next to a daycare. It might be inconsistent zoning in your mind of a center that allows both of those uses when it's not just alcohol next to a daycare. So it's the difficult thing that planning and city staff get to deal with on a daily basis, and residents will have complaints. But I heard your direction, but at the same time, I know that there are conflicts like the Streets of Brentwood that we're dealing with today that if you restricted alcohol altogether would maybe cause some concerns, and might not be what your intent of your discussion was tonight. If it is, that's fine, we can implement that.
I think it's not just directed toward alcohol, but it also would be limiting daycares if there's already an establishment there. So I think it goes both ways, right? And I don't think, is there currently a daycare at the streets? I think it's a permitted use, but I don't think is there an application? Okay.
But I think for that one, for example, I mean, I'm not talking, like, you mentioned the California state laws, right? So there's certain distance that we would be okay with. And I think that the distance should apply, right? If the purpose of an ordinance is to protect our children, if we don't do it, then what we're saying is like, okay, we'll protect our children here, but not here, because the financial benefit might offset any risk that we take. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to make sure that, for example, if Lazy Dog went into a shopping center that had a daycare, you might have to tell it no, because we have this ordinance that would not allow an alcohol use next to a daycare use.
But if it's, I think you're saying if a daycare chooses to come in after the fact, that's their choice, right? We've already said we'll protect your kids, but I don't think we can do anything after the fact, right?
If they're coming after something's already been
Yeah,
established.
I think after the fact is different than beforehand, right? So for example, the Toro Taqueria, the Chinese food restaurant had a liquor license. I've never said anything about the liquor license because they had it first, and then the Kiddie Academy came. But anything else we can fix, right? Anything else we can be cautious about after the fact.
Yeah, point well taken. I think you're saying if they come after, there's there, and a business like Lazy Dog came after, our consideration would be basically what we're asking is that we'd have to deny it. And I would absolutely say yes, because I want to be consistent with how I've ruled in the past. And if I did it to El Toro, Lazy Dog would have to be the same consideration.
So can I ask a question of Councilmember Pearson? So say, for example, at the streets, there's the existing restaurants that are there now, and a daycare puts an application in and then gets a space, and then another restaurant comes in. How would you feel about that? Because I feel like in that case, the daycare already knows there's
They assume the risk.
that
yeah.
usage
They already
there.
knew. Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
great,
Absolutely.
thanks.
So I'm sorry, just one more question. I guess directed towards you since you brought it up, but we're just looking to define the daycare as a school, distance from that school for a business that sells alcohol. Any other business asking to come in already knows they're selling alcohol there. So if it's a daycare, sorry, you guys opted to come here and they were already selling alcohol, so we're going to permit it anyway.
How many feet is it? It's 100 feet from residential, but how many feet from a school? 600? Yeah, 600 from a school and 100 from residential.
But could I just remind everyone, that's 600 feet. ABC may deny the application. They don't have to, they may. So it's that may that would make it a little more subjective, and we would have to decide, you would all have to decide what sort of parameters you wanted to put around that at the city level, because the state reserves to itself the ability to still say yes within that distance. So we would want that clarification. And if I could, Councilmember Pearson, I did have one other question for you. So thank you for your comments on wanting a definition of schools and the section to which you would want that to be added. The section you referenced, of course, is our general zoning definitions section. And I wonder if you would give staff the leeway to consider adding definitions for things like schools to particular sections of the zoning code if it would make more sense. And the only reason I say that is because right now, for example, we have a number of PDs where schools are allowed. Well, if we change the definition of schools throughout the entire zoning ordinance to include daycares, preschools, all sorts of things that we don't now classify as schools, we are really opening up all those PDs to a whole new set of uses that they weren't currently planned for. So if instead you might consider giving staff the ability to come back to you with information about where to place those definitions, that would be helpful for us.
I think that's great. Thank you.
So can I mention, we talked about the gas station that we back and forth quite a bit. And there was mention of an analysis citywide to find out where the clusters were, where the gaps were, just to make sure. I would like to have that happen as well. I know there's a lot of a lot of back and forth tonight. I'm hoping that we're capturing everything.
I'm sorry, did you have something to say? Kate?
Just to add to the gas stations, just quickly looked it up. Basically, a third of our top 15 sales tax producers are fuel stations, and they are our top category of sales tax categories in Brentwood. So there could be some fiscal impact, but definitely as part of that analysis, we could come back with that data and also reflect where there's some concentration and under concentration.
If I could ask if it would be appropriate for us to put up the table, and it sounds like council's ready to give some direction on these items. If we could go through each land use and make sure we are capturing the direction and have a majority council support for that direction, that would be helpful to staff, just to.
Can I bring up one thing that's not on your list?
Yeah.
The park situation. So there's a chart of park acreage in the zoning code, and we're using a different number. And how do we get it? Because there's no way we're going to make our goal if we use that bottom level, right? That's why there's a high and a low, because based on the people you're going to move in, you hope you net out at 5 acres per 1,000. So how do we update our zoning code to really reflect the amount of people that are going to live in a neighborhood and use a park? Can we update that?
Which section is this table you're referring to?
It was in the zoning and the park, the allocated space.
Actually, could I just jump in real
Yeah.
quick? It's actually in our subdivisions ordinance, which is not in the zoning code. So it's in Title 16.
Oh, it's in Title 16.
Yeah, all of this is in Title 17. So we've written down the comment and we've noted it, but it's not in
Can
this
we
area.
include it in 17 so that it's part of our zoning? If you're going to build homes, this is it.
This is really more appropriate in the existing subdivisions ordinance. And the reason is because the parkland dedication requirement is from the Quimby Act, which is part of the Subdivision Map Act. And so it all goes within our subdivision ordinance because it's all part of that body of law. So we keep it out of the zoning ordinance.
So then I have to bring that up as a separate agenda item.
It doesn't fall into
Okay,
this
I'll do
category.
it
Thanks.
separate. The other thing about the noise, real quick. So I've heard a lot of feedback after Tim's meeting about the Wingco and the houses behind there. Is there a way to write something in zoning like houses and proximity to loading zones? Because it's like, I don't know who approved it, but I would have said like, hey, let's put the park behind the loading zone, right? Because no one's at a park at midnight or 2 a.m. Let's put the houses on the other side. How do we write it so that we don't have, because what I read on your commercial guidelines, it says 10 feet, but maybe 10 feet of green space isn't enough based on what we're hearing.
So, yes, so I think the adjacencies is an issue in Brentwood. So we have a lot of PDs where we've carved out the commercial and the residential, and there is no separation, right? Other than the land plan that might come to us, we're hoping that there's some separation. So yes, I think we can do a much better job of that going forward because disclosures and all of that doesn't really address the issue, right? Noise is highly subjective. So whatever limit or number we put on it, it may still bother somebody, right?
Yeah.
And so I think we can increase those distances on the commercial side. When we come up with our objective design standards, we can also put some separation requirements on the residential side, as long as we don't preclude the development of residential through those standards, right? So as long as we don't create objective design standards that end up reducing the number of possible units because of those standards, then we can do bigger separations possibly, or put parks adjacent to commercial, that type of thing. And then on the commercial side, we can come up with bigger separations. Loading docks, typically you want them at the back of the site because they're not attractive, they're often not clean, you just don't want them on your street fronts, and that's the most logical place to put them at times. You can put bigger screening walls or something to help block noise, but the noise is going to be there. There's no way to prevent noise at loading docks, right? So if the council directed us to do that, we could come up with different standards in terms of placement, but they're typically always going to be at the back of the commercial property. If the property is suited for that, that's the most desired place for them.
Can you write, so, we have a park requirement. Can we say that if a development is coming into an area where there is a loading dock that is a neighbor, that is where we would want the parks, so that there's, because I mean, I'm just trying to think, how do we keep the houses away from the loading dock?
So I think we could try to, yes, I think we could try and craft a standard like that in the objective design standards. It may not be achievable in every instance, and that's what's difficult with the objective, is because they have to be written in such a way that there's no interpretation, there's no flexibility. But I think we could certainly try and address that where it's possible based on the layout of the residential, that their parks, open spaces, trails, if possible, should be what's adjacent to commercial, not the homes themselves. Where that's less of an issue maybe is multifamily, because again, in PA1, we're going to have mixed use multifamily right up against commercial, and there really isn't going to be space for that separation. But it's most likely a concern, more of a concern in single family neighborhoods, I'm assuming, but.
And I have one crazy last question. Annexations. So currently, an annexation can be done by a party of your council, by a vote of your council, is that it? So like, let's say an area wants, an area wants to annex in that's in our sphere of influence. Who decides that?
Well, two bodies, the city council and LAFCO.
Okay. Do residents ever get a say on the annexation?
Yes.
How do they get a say?
So through the LAFCO process, the residents affected by it have to vote for it.
So the residents get to vote at LAFCO? Okay, so they will always get, okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I needed.
The residents of the annexation area, not the residents outside of the
Okay, so that's my
annexation.
question. So when do what if the residents of Brentwood were like, we don't want that area annexed?
Well, they would speak to their representatives. So again, there's two bodies that have to approve an annexation. One is the city council, and one is the LAFCO through its lengthy annexation process. But I'm not aware of any way that residents, if the residents of the annexation area voted to be annexed, I'm not aware of a way residents outside the area could prevent it.
Yeah, I will say I haven't looked at this
Yeah.
recently, but just based on memory, I agree with Alexis. The tool that residents have is the electoral device, which is to vote in or out people who are heeding their call, right? So that is viewed as the last mechanism that residents have. They don't have a direct vote. Residents outside the annexation area do not have a direct vote in whether or not that gets approved.
Okay, so they need to, if there's an annexation, they need to come to the five of us and tell us yay or nay. Okay.
Yeah, and there's also a public process through LAFCO that they can participate in.
Okay, thank you.
Any further council discussion regarding this?
If we could please go to my screen,
Yes.
share my screen shortly.
Is it
Also-
possible to do this as a motion?
So what I'm going to recommend is that we go through this shortly, and I am going to just look to you at council, and you could raise your hand, nod your head. If I see a consensus, I can mark it down here. And then at the end of going through this sheet, what we could do is then we can have an overall council vote to consensus to what you see on the screen before you. That works. So the first question, also really quick, I would like to introduce Perry Banner. Perry has now arrived. He's probably had a very long day of traveling, but Perry is here from De Novo Planning Group and will be assisting and leading this project as we move forward. So we are getting direction tonight, and then after tonight, Perry and his team are going to take this directly and start running with your direction, and hopefully can bring back some of the preliminary information and vetted down zone by zone information that you're requesting in February or March. We're not going to have complete ordinances in February or March. It's going to be the initial background information, and then hopefully shortly after that, then we can drill down on the exact ordinances that we would need to define and update.
Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, sincerely apologize. It turns out that when the President and the President of China visit San Francisco, it has a massively disruptive effect on not just road traffic, but also air traffic. So I'm happy to be here tonight. Looking forward to working with your team on this project. And again, sincerely apologize for tonight.
Okay, so moving forward, our first question really is regarding the timeline. Does staff support, or the city council support modifying the project timeline to move task 3 up to be conducted concurrently with task 1? My understanding was that was a yes. Short-term rentals, does city council wish to move forward with updating the zoning code to further address short-term rental regulations? It was
Yes, but I would like to add in an inclusion.
Yeah.
I think I was stating that we also include pools and backyards.
Yes, I was gonna put that. We can put that
Including the
anywhere.
definition
Yeah,
of same, right?
yeah.
And to be more specific, to Katie's point, including the definition where it would be more applicable in the zoning code.
Do we have fines right now? Is there fines that would deter someone from having a backyard? Like, could we do that, right? If you're having a backyard pool party and you know they're illegal in Brentwood, could there be a fine to make it punitive so that no one really wants to do it? Because, I mean, these people are having these parties to make money.
Well, so, yeah, so if you violate the municipal code and it comes to our attention and we issue a notice of violation and it's not corrected, and then you get a, oh my gosh, I just went blank. After the notice of violation, and you don't correct it, then yes, fines would be assessed, $100 for the first fine, and then cumulative if you don't correct the well, yes, so there's the same fine for all violations in municipal code.
So do they have to have like multiple pool parties then to be like, so they can have one, it's a fine 100. It's okay, I'm making $5,000. I'm okay with like paying $100.
If that's the case, yes, it's not a very prohibitive fine.
And there's no way to change the fine just for pool parties.
If I could jump in, and Alexis will correct me if I'm wrong. So the whole administrative citation process, the first fine would be $100, then the next is $200, the next is $500, and every violation thereafter would be $500. And Alexis, please jump in if
Yes.
necessary. So that quickly adds up, right? But that is set in the ordinance now.
Okay.
So if they correct the fine immediately, then it's just $100. If they don't correct it, they're assessed the increasing fines until they do.
But not, so I had a pool party. Okay, I haven't had a pool party for 3 months. Is my next fine 100 or is my next fine the next level up?
It's per violation. So if it comes to our attention again, you get a new notice of violation, and that's a new issue.
Yeah, see, it's always going to be new because it's a new party every
Am
single
I
time.
wrong there, Katie?
Yeah, and I want to go back and check, but I thought it was within the calendar year. So we can look into it.
I'm sorry.
I see your point. and
Yeah.
I'm afraid we're losing time to get through the table, but I understand your point here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then is council supportive of moving it forward as part of this process? Okay, and then is the council supportive of researching prohibiting all of the future rentals or regulating them, regulating usage?
Regulating for under 30 days. I mean, because right now it's 30 days and under, you can't have the short-term rental. So what do you want?
Yeah, any rental 29 days or less currently is conditionally permitted. So what we are requesting is whether you would just like to prohibit all rentals 29 days or less, or whether you would like to set some type of parameters. There are many cities that actually regulate them, that have policies for how you could get a city license to have an Airbnb and operating characteristics. So there are those regulations in other city ordinances.
My preference would be to regulate versus always future prohibition. I'm really anti future prohibiting someone's use of their own property.
So
The problem with that, though, is that there is a correlation between short-term rentals and affordability going up. So we hear that Brentwood's really expensive, and that's my concern. If we start allowing short-term rentals, we could be opening it up for people coming in and buying them as investments, and that's what we've been able to avoid by having the prohibition of them. So I like the prohibition because Brentwood's not cheap, but if we don't allow it, we could turn into like other cities that are having issues with their affordability.
And can I mention, I don't think it's been really an issue, and no one's approached me and said, I really want a short-term rental to, boost my income. I would agree with the the complete prohibition of them based on the affordability thing and based on the fact that it hasn't been expressed as a need. But maybe that's something we need to vote on.
Well, in addition to that, there are significant legal ramifications and limitations when it comes to a recent example in the other Brentwood, for example. It's something that has been very clear. You can get squatters in there that it has brought in I've done quite a bit of research on this particular item, and it has brought a lot more issues to the communities that allow them, that have negatively impacted the residents that were living in that neighborhood on that block, the next door neighbors, in addition to the community. Because of the uses. There are certain areas that make sense, beach communities, lake communities, things like that. But I would be much more comfortable for the complete prohibition at this time as well.
So I want to specifically say that I think I get caught up when we say all future. Will this be something that if residents say they would like, for example, if people have a barn space or ADU that they want to rent out short term, that we can reverse? Because once we say something so definitive, it becomes an issue. And I agree that we saw what happened in Lafayette. We saw what happened in Orinda, where there was a party. So I'm not on the bandwagon to support an Airbnb or anything like that. But I do think, and you've said this several times, that you believe in a person's right to their own property. And so I believe in land use as well for someone's right. So when we make such an affirmative, permanent get rid of, it raises a little trigger for me as a homeowner. So I can agree, but I just want to see where do we come? Can a future council make a change, or if they want to?
So a couple of things. Yes, a future council could change this aspect.
Okay.
You already prohibit the short-term rental of ADUs and JADUs in our ordinance. So we have this funny situation where short-term rentals of those small units is prohibited, but it might still be possible to do the short-term rental of a much larger home because of the way things stand now. So this is something that could be changed in the future.
Okay. All right.
And the other thing is we miss out on, we're hoping to have hotels in town and bring in good tax revenue. Like this takes away from that tax revenue as well, which is good revenue.
So there's a majority on the researching the prohibition of, okay.
Okay, moving on to alcohol sales. Does the city wish to move forward with updating this to further address regulations? Yes, I think we've heard a number of regulations. And moving forward as part of this, I would say, was a yes. I think tonight,
the definition of schools.
yes, we definitely heard the definition of schools. Research distance requirements.
Can we say mirror the ABC distance requirements that way?
And then
Councilmember
also-
Mendoza, just as a clarification, so in mirroring those distance requirements, ABC does still reserve to itself the right to issue permits to those alcohol providers that are within that 600-foot distance. So would you give staff the leeway to determine whether there were some standards by which the city might want to judge whether that was permissible?
Yeah, like we were
Okay.
talking the downtown, right, we were talking the downtown corridor and PA1.
Okay, thank you.
And I think we were talking also about establishing whether there would be a residential development versus a district like the PA1 thing. I think the definition and what those differences would be as well.
So currently I have definitions of school distance requirements per ABC, concentration maps, and information regarding 10 PM guidelines, specific plan area differences.
Okay, and this is something I didn't bring up, but so Walnut Creek gives you a liquor license till 10, and you have to prove yourself every year to get an hour more. That's something I would like to look at because it's a reward system versus everyone gets it, so I don't know I think you said we were till 10, but I'm not sure if we're till 10.
So it differs per zone. In the downtown, it is 10 p.m. and in a few other zones throughout the city, but there are many areas within the city that just allow restaurants that serve alcohols and incidental use to be automatically permitted with no hourly restrictions. So it is different in various areas of town. There absolutely, in this situation, is no consistency throughout the city.
Can we say 10 o'clock and then it comes up for discussion with planning so that, because I think it goes to them, it doesn't have to come to us, I don't think. But can planning say like, hey, you're right next door to a house, like 10 o'clock is good for you, or, you know?
We can look into those.
Yeah, so those would be
regulations.
conditional, through a conditional use permit.
Yeah.
That would be the hours of operation and the distance requirements that we can assess through that process.
Yeah.
Changing it after a business is established is a little more complicated because the CUP is an entitlement. So giving them an extra hour a year later or compelling them to apply for a new CUP is something we'd have to look at what Walnut Creek's doing.
Walnut Creek took a CUP, changed the CUP real fast. Like they took away 2 hours in one meeting.
Yeah, and so we can look and see how they've done that. It depends on how the original conditions were written and whether it was a public health and safety finding. That's something we can do for any use permit.
Thank you.
But we're also not talking about retroactive for, okay, thank you.
Okay. What? That's you. Okay, so next is self-storage facilities. Would the city council like to move forward with updating or addressing self-storage facilities? We did not hear much on that tonight.
It's following design standards.
Okay.
Should we make it a CUP so that way it's not automatic? Like if you're a resident in that area, you get to say like, hey, wait a minute, when you did this by right or whatever, we weren't here, now we're here. Because that's what we're finding a lot now. Residents weren't there and now they're there. And now it's like the Winco. And now it's becoming an issue. So should we say anyone who has it now by right, it turns into with a conditional use permit?
Well, we're talking self-storage and those are only zoned for specific industrial, right?
Yeah, but like by Garin, there's a lot of houses now over there.
But it was by Elkins, and what was the other one?
Elkins and Harvest Park.
Yeah,
Harvest Park,
is
okay.
by.
We also need to keep in mind the new regulations that are coming out of the state that are allowing residential projects to be built in any commercial zone without the say. We can't defend ourselves as a city. So I think we need to take as much.
Okay, fine, I'll take storage.
Yeah, so we can't see into the future. And there went my chair, that's interesting. But I think it's something that we should add as well.
So given the interest of time and how we need to reset up the dais here for the 7 o'clock meeting, do we want to go through one more and then potentially bring this back for a future meeting or continue this workshop?
I'd like us to continue and we don't have that much more to go. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we could do car washes and gas stations together. It sounded like tonight. It sounded like we do have a consensus to move forward with regulations for gas stations and car washes.
Looking at concentration and where
map.
there are gaps, if so.
Yeah, and any new gas stations have to have not EV ready, but EV chargers.
And while Jennifer's typing, I'll just chime in and say, so all of this direction that the council has provided tonight, while planning is doing their work, legal will do ours to figure out what sort of parameters we may have in which we can work, and we'll fold that into the materials that come back to you.
Okay.
The item does include the distance, you have to pull it down again, from residential zones and et cetera, et cetera. So that will automatically be included?
If you would like to.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I think we got that. And then the last, or second to last, is drive-through uses, which I heard was a yes from tonight. We wanted clearer definitions, mirror the design guidelines into the code.
And I feel like I hear a lot, we have a big concentration on Brentwood Boulevard, and we do have a lot. I think we need to be how are we careful that we're not putting, like, people are like, oh, you're putting all of the junk food over on our side of town? Like, I hear that a lot about Brentwood Boulevard. How do we do that? Like, how do we address that? Because they don't, I mean, a lot of people over there don't want any more drive-throughs. They're like, why don't you put them on Sand Creek? Why don't you put them, on your side of town? And it's like, well, no one's come up with an application because, because I do eat a lot of drive-throughs. But I'm hearing that I love them. They don't want them. So what do we do about that? Because they feel like we're giving them the cheap food and not any higher-end restaurants.
So that's a function of the zoning, right? So if it's an allowed use, someone who owns a property could apply to develop it with that use, right? So if we feel there's an over concentration in a particular zone or a particular neighborhood, the zoning is the best way to handle that. And that means we will no longer allow drive-through uses in any zone, and those that are existing would continue as legally established uses. Other than that, if it's a commercial zone, the same commercial zone in different parts of the city, and all things being equal, one property owner had a potential tenant and wanted to develop it, they have a right to do that theoretically under the zoning code, right? And so where there is vacant available land in the city with a good arterial, good access, may seem like it's clustered in one part of the city, right? And so if the council feels that there are enough of that type of use there, then we would want to handle that through the zoning.
I just want public input to be part of it, right? Because again, I will take a drive-through any place, anywhere, because that's what I eat. But if they don't want it, that's,
right. And so the CUP process is a public process, but in order to deny, so where something is permitted with a CUP, in order to deny that CUP, the council would have, the planning commission most likely would have to make certain findings, right? So what are the findings? Is that people don't want it, or that there's a negative traffic impact or a negative noise impact, or it needs to be based on a land use decision. One thing the city could do is button up its findings. I know that's sort of a dream project of the city attorney's office and mine, is craft better findings. So if there is a site that is objectionable for a reason that gives the planning commission the ability to deny it, then they can do that. If you don't have a connection to the findings, then a denial can be challenged, and you may not succeed if it went to a legal challenge. So it has to be based on something other than several people's opinion and reaction. It needs to be based on a potential impact.
so people are using health, right? There's the soda tax, and there are cities who are cutting down on fast food restaurants in their cities.
Right.
So maybe if you could find us some benchmark language where then it gives us the leeway, yes or no, depending on the public impact, we can go forward or not.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah, and we can also suss out through that process other criteria that the council might want to think about, public health, traffic, safety, whatever those are.
Okay, thank you.
And can we consider, or is there room for consideration of incentive zoning?
Certainly, we can look into that. And you're thinking for commercial uses or,
Yeah.
okay, not residential?
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think you guys have kind of been following as I've been typing along. Just clarification, if we can then get consensus on this, that we do have council agreement is how this document is written, and we will kind of take this as our just initial starting point to move forward with our zoning code update on these specific prioritized items. If we could probably just have a voice vote.
I'll go ahead and make a motion if Mr. Mayor will.
Do I have a motion?
I have one for you. As detailed in the staff report, I would like to provide the following direction to staff to implement and move forward with everything that was on the sheet. Sections, the focus zoning code update priorities, sections 1 and the item before that, and through section 7.
We have a first
Second.
and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you, staff, for your outstanding work on this. Also, at this time, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, at this time, we will take a 10-minute recess. between now and our regularly scheduled and agendized council meeting. We are in recess. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regularly agendized City Council meeting.
Need a little gavel hit?
No.
I think we're going to start if you all are ready.
Okay, at this time, we are going to reconvene the November 14th, 2023 City Council meeting. Before I get into the roll call, I know some of you have never been here before, so I'll explain to you the decorum of the public meeting. We ask that you refrain from applauding, whether you agree with something, or refrain from negative comments or booing if you disagree, in order that every individual can feel safe to express his or her beliefs and opinions without feelings of intimidation. And so if you could respect each other by either not clapping or not booing when you hear something you agree or disagree with, it would be greatly appreciated. Also, because of the amount of speakers and the size of our agenda, we are going to set our public speaking comments at 2 minutes. And also tonight, we are going to be, I am as chair, going to be holding us very strictly to our agendized items. If you come to speak and you are not speaking on the agendized items, I will interrupt and ask you to either maintain to the agenda or we will cease that comment, because legally we have to abide by our agendas. For those that have never spoken in public comments before, City Council is legally prohibited from interacting in a dialogue with public comments because it is not on the agenda. And so I just wanted you to be educated as to what to expect. I know sometimes if you have never come to a City Council meeting before, you will ask a question, perhaps anticipating a response from our council members, and we legally are not able to have a dialogue with you because it isn't an agendized conversation in public comments. Welcome, everyone. Very happy to see everyone here tonight. At this time, we do have a quorum. And Margaret, do I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Councilmember Pearson,
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. Okay, if you will join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. This time we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At the City Council meeting of October 10th, the City Council revised the procedures for general public comment, limiting comments under this section of the agenda to those attending in person. Public comments for this section will not be taken via Zoom. Please file a speaker card with the city clerk. At this time, the public present in the chambers is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports, or on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. Comments for the, there's no additional. Please limit your remarks to 2 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. Those participating via Zoom will have the opportunity to provide comment on items listed under public hearings or business items as those items are heard. I do currently have 24 speaker cards. I'll call on John Tomei, followed by Dave Gilbert.
My name is John Tomei. I live at 1748 Veneto Lane in Brentwood, part of the Trilogy residency. I'm also a member of the HOA board, but I'm here tonight to speak regarding current safety and traffic issues on Vineyards Parkway. We have met with the city traffic engineer as well as the police chief over the last several years to discuss the speed that occurs on Vineyards Parkway. They've been very helpful in getting to the speed limit that we need. They've conducted several different surveys for us. They've even gone to the limit or gone to the range of cutting down some of the foliage that seems to be in the way that's impacting some of our drivers. But unfortunately, these measures have not come soon enough and in fact may not be enough. On Friday, October 27th, one of our residents was struck by a vehicle turning from Vineyards Parkway onto Solera Street, entering our Tuscany Village. She was crossing the street, walking her dog, and with her husband. The resident suffered a severe head injury from the accident and passed away a week later. The police chief and traffic engineer have always been very responsive to our traffic concerns and have taken the time to discuss them with us over the years. But tonight, I would like to ask the City Council, with a set of petitions that I've turned into the city clerk, signed by our residents, requesting the city to please review the traffic situation on Vineyards Parkway and explore the increasing need for additional signals or appropriate measures to avoid another tragedy such as this in the future. I thank the council for listening and for your time. And I managed to edit it as best I could, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dave Gilbert.
Good evening. My name is Dave Gilbert. I'm a resident of Brentwood and specifically Trilogy. And I'm here tonight for two reasons. And one is because we lost one of our neighbors and good friends, Terry Lochan, as John was just indicating, in an accident that occurred on October 27th. Terry's one of our neighbors, and our hearts go out to her and her husband, John, for their loss. The other reason I'm here is to urge the City Council to do all they can to really take action to prevent any further accidents like this that occurred on the 27th. As John Tomei indicated, we have a long history with working with the city to try to improve safety in that area, but unfortunately, it just isn't enough. There have been numerous incidents that have occurred out there, near misses with people walking across Vineyards Parkway, from Trilogy Parkway over to Solera Street. And there's just a lot of people trying to access the parks, newly installed parks, both at Solera and at Andalusia Lane. So there's increased pedestrian traffic there. And I really think the city needs to take into consideration the fact that there are a lot of people who walk in this area, and there's just not enough protection for them at this point. So please, if you would take this under advisement, consider this perhaps for a future agenda item, the residents of Trilogy would really appreciate it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Matop Ranabir, followed by Mavjan.
Hello, my name is Matop Ranjber. I have a sister who goes to the Brentwood School District, and I was hoping on speaking on agenda item 8 for a request for future agenda items. As you may know, you've probably received a bunch of emails in regards to possibly adopting a resolution or some sort of solidarity with the Palestinian and Muslim communities in regards to the current situation in Gaza, in regards to advocating for a ceasefire with us. I was going to come here today and try to appeal to the health aspect of it, as I do work in a hospital, and I was going to mention all sorts of statistics in regards to like infection rates and like hospital infrastructure going completely demolishing due to what's happening over there. But as of last Friday, those statistics have gotten even worse, and I haven't even been able to actually get the newer ones because it's it's constantly changing because of the dire situation. I did attend a webinar with Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitta, who is one of the 4 surgeons currently working in Gaza, and he mentioned that there are currently only 2 functioning hospitals in the entire of the Gaza Strip, and that it's dire that a ceasefire does happen. And I know that this is more of a community thing, that we're only focusing on Brentwood, but we are trying to follow as much as like the outlined steps to kind of like move the situation higher up, and that starts with you guys. but it does affect the community here in Brentwood as well, because there's a large Muslim population in Brentwood, and we would like to be kind of heard and shown a bit of solidarity in this time. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thanks.
The next speaker is Mavdam, followed by Tiara.
Hello, all. My name is Marjan Momand. I'm a Afghan American Muslim, and I am very happy to be here today, full of gratitude. I'm also going to speak on the topic of Section 8 in hopes that there will be an appeal to the resolution and what's happening in Gaza. And the emotions that I'm feeling today are too profound to be expressed through my words, and I'm not even sure where to start. But what I am sure of is this ongoing genocide that's happening right before our eyes has a huge impact in our lives here in the West and in our small communities. This is our tax money funding and handing fascists rifles and enabling them to go in and terrorize and dehumanize Palestinian communities. And mental health rates have declined drastically. People are terrified of walking around representing their faith without being slandered or harassed. I myself, a Muslim American hijabi, and a woman, I am afraid to walk alone on the streets, and I will not allow my fear to take over. I will continue to stand unapologetically in my faith, and I will continue advocating and fighting, and I hope that you will too. And the people in Palestine, their hope is in us, and our hope is in you. To create change, we have to start within our own homes and our own communities, and I want to be sure that I'm a part of a community that doesn't support genocide and views all life as valuable and equal. So we stand in front of you tonight in hopes and in desperation that you will appeal to the right cause and bring forth a resolution to this. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tiara, followed by Ilma.
Hi, my name is Tara Deku, and I will also be mentioning Section 8 of the agenda today in regards to the safety of myself and Black and Brown people in my community. My name is Tara Deku, and I'm bringing to you the perspective of a Black woman watching what is happening in Palestine today. The acceptance of so much violence by my own government, who freed the Jews from the Holocaust. I wonder how it must have felt for soldiers to find the burnt and gassed dead bodies of women and children, imagining the sight of the people who were malnourished from lack of food and water. The collective punishment they face for simply being. Personally, that would destroy me. And then I think of the all-famous American line, all men created equal and under one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hearing that all my life while reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, knowing full well my people suffered 400 years in this country as slaves, being raped, killed, and controlled. The Native Americans were forced from the land, tortured, and killed as well, even after welcoming the alien colonial settlers to their homeland. They deserved justice and they never got it. In fact, they were exiled from society and told by these new alien people they would give you 2% of what was originally yours instead of taking it along with the rest of your lives. Seeing what Palestinians are going through today feels too familiar. Colonialist imperialism called Zionism by Israel, described as liberation movement. I've never seen a liberation movement cause oppression of even more people, and all I see again is we want it, we take it regardless of the outcome. That same ideology is what fuels the separation of people in America today. That same ideology gives wrongdoers power behind hate crimes against the innocent. The same ideologies fed to young children in schools that resulted in myself and other children being bullied for their ethnicity. Recently in Chicago, a child was stabbed along with his mother, and she had to watch as her child died beside her because of these ideologies. In 2023, we've grown, but still Black and Brown people are not safe. These ideologies affect us and haunt us to this day. It has never felt safe here for Black Asian, and brown people. We don't want to feel this way. We want to know that this will change. It's the responsibility of the people to hold our government accountable. The government must call for ceasefire, or we will yet again be the villain in the history books that my future children will read in school. Don't ever forget the power of the people. Don't ever forget the power of peace. In hopes that everyone here is against genocide, I would like to bring awareness to the genocides currently happening in Sudan and Congo, which is equally important to the topic of today. Do your research and educate yourself on what they don't want us to know. I encourage all the young people and the real human beings to use their voice and speak for peace. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the west to the east, we will free all the people of the world. Thank you for letting me speak.
The next speaker is Elma, followed by Salah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Elma Redzik. I'm going to be talking about Section 8 in regards to the appeal to the resolution to stand with Palestine. As a daughter of Bosnian Muslim refugees who had to flee their country due to a war and constant ethnic tensions that ultimately led to a genocide of Bosnian Muslims known as Srebrenica, I simply can't turn a blind eye to the crisis and genocide occurring in Palestine. The innocent lives brutally taken, entire bloodlines wiped out, and countless other atrocities committed is something we can't stand by and just watch. For a second, please imagine the fear in the eyes of Palestinian children hearing bombs every day, unable to sleep peacefully and worried if it's their last day. Instead of enjoying their childhoods playing outside, they spend most days witnessing their friends and families get murdered. The anguish of parents burying their loved ones, a pain that will follow them forever. A Palestinian father was literally seen and filmed holding his dead sons in grocery bags. What's being done to Palestinians is inhumane on so many levels and far from the name of self-defense, like Israel wants to desperately keep claiming. Don't let Zionists or the mainstream media fool you into thinking this is okay and somehow justified. This human tragedy demands our immediate and unwavering attention. I keep hearing people such as Israeli officials to representatives from the House to journalists to even people I once considered my friends justify this violence against innocent Palestinians by saying, oh, well, they have to eradicate Hamas, this terrorist group, and war civilian casualties are collateral damage, and it's inevitable. However, if this was really the case, why are civilians in the West Bank, an area occupied by Israel, where Hamas does not exist, are Palestinians also dying and being murdered? For example, a Palestinian father, Bilal Mohammed Saleh, was shot dead while simply harvesting.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Salah, followed by Carlos.
Good day. My name is Salah Al-Bakri, and I'm the Executive Director of Support Life Foundation, an organization that does food drives and in partnership with Contra Costa County and the United States Department of Agriculture. We feed over 380 families around our center here at Brentwood Muslim Community Center. I wanted to talk to you about Section 8 again. A few weeks ago, we were able to pass the first resolution at the city of Richmond. The city of Richmond in support and solidarity of the Gaza and what's happening in Gaza. Now, just as I was walking in here, I wanted to know the total population of our beautiful city here, Brentwood, and the computer said one of the Google sites around 65,000. I don't know if it's accurate or not. Would you believe that just one hospital in the heart of Gaza is right now holding 45,000? That's about 75% of the total population of our city here. And the director of the hospital says, we're terrified to go from one building to another just to bring a plaque or bring supplies or blood cells because we will be hunted down. The entire hospital is looking for one piece of bread. Now, there are three things that are happening here, and it's really important that our community here really takes the time to introduce a bill that would show that we're on the right side of history. The resolution wordings is ready, and I would love to meet with any of you to discuss it so we can introduce something that will at least alleviate some of that.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Carlos, followed by Bernadette.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Happy, what day is it today? Tuesday? Yeah, I don't really keep track of the days anymore. First, I want to start by saying thank you to our veterans. It was Veterans Day last Friday. Just want to give you a special shout out for all the work you've done for our country, everything you've done, sacrificed. I want to give my condolences to the member who passed away at Trilogy. I used to work as a landscaper there, helping people move in and out of their homes, doing quick favors that they couldn't do. It's very sad and unfortunate. I want to also support here all the people here speaking on the Palestine-Israel conflict. As a former history teacher, a lot of people are uneducated and don't know the truth, don't know the facts. I challenge you. I use this example in my classroom this school year. I went to the Mexico game in Santa Clara about 2 months ago or so. I had no shirt on. I walked in with my body painted white, red, and green. And I was walking with just some cargo shorts with a sombrero on, and looking at me, we just assumed I'm some Mexican, probably speak Spanish, don't speak English well. Little would you know, I was a teacher in the district, in the Liberty Union High School District for 7 years. Little would you know, I donated $5,000 to Heritage Boys Soccer, biggest donor at Heritage High School, and I believe in the district as well. I just have questions for the council. Why aren't our students safe in our community? So there's been a gun at Freedom. There's been a gun at Liberty. There's supposedly been a gun at Bristow. I was supposedly going to shoot up Heritage High School, which is why Brentwood Police Department Alvarez filed the EPO 002 Gun Violence Emergency Protective Order against me, denying my Second Amendment right to bear arms, which is full of, excuse my language, shit. My passport right here, I'm a travel agent, I've been in 19 countries. I can't even leave the country, my passport doesn't work. Every time I go to the airport, the transport, TSA basically feel me up, they feel my nuts, they feel my penis, because they literally have to check me every time I board a plane.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Bernadette.
Good evening. I too will speak on the Gaza situation. I know there was a town hall meeting recently in which that was the prime concern. We live in Brentwood. About 67,000 people live in Brentwood. We are a very inclusive and diverse population. We respect each other's faiths, religions, customs, and we get along very well. I do not believe it is in the interest of Brentwood that the City Council should take a stand on which side of the Gaza situation they believe in. I do not believe they should make a proclamation, one side or the other. They should remain neutral. To do this would divide a community, of which in this community, I'm sure there are many Jewish people. We all have opinions. I have opinions too. I'm neither Jewish nor Muslim, but I am Christian and I have opinions. And I believe that opinions are just that, opinions. There are opposing opinions to this Gaza question. And I don't believe that the council should listen to a small group of people, I don't know how large the population is, versus another group of people, and decide which side that they want to take. I'm not for putting this on an agenda. I believe that our Muslim neighbors, who I respect, and our Jewish neighbors, who I also respect, if they have a political agenda, they should go to their political assemblyman or other state official and start there. I don't believe that this is something Brentwood Council should take sides on. It's a very contentious issue. There are many opinions, and they're all out there. And we respect all people. We decry what's going on in Gaza. It's terrible. It's a travesty.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Samaya, followed by Ahmad.
Hi, my name is Smail Katib. I'm a local of the area. My future children will attend Brentwood schools, and I pray in the local masjid here in Brentwood. I was the one who sent you, council members, separately an email detailing our resolution that we have wrote and brought forward to you. It contains a pre-written resolution for you council members to sign and condemn what Israel is doing to the people of Palestine, to call for a ceasefire and to stop sending aid to Israel. At the time I sent the email, we had 52 signatures. Since the weekend has came and passed, we have now 85. I understand the email was sent on a holiday weekend, but we did give you guys a good 24 hours to consider for today's agenda. Nonetheless, we wanted to show up and show out. One thing that was passed on to us from Thursday, that this isn't an issue from City Council, and was just passed on to us just now. I'd like to point out many different cities have passed similar resolutions, such as Oakland, Richmond, Cudahy, and more. Sunnyvale is in the process of doing the same. There's just so many on the list. You guys are the voices between us and the federal level. Our elected officials, we need you, our elected officials, to speak on our behalf. Today I've brought with me this paper booklet. Back and forth pages to save paper. If I didn't, it would be 65 pages. A list of names whose life has been lost since the attack on Gaza up until October 25th, so this isn't even the updated list. Something of note from said list, I pulled from Al Jazeera, who pulled their information straight from the Ministry of Health in Palestine. It took me 6 pages to get to the names of people who have passed the age of 0. All babies. Page 6. As I took from the list of administrative paper to show out to you guys, I actually noticed my own name on the list. 3 different times, spelled 3 different ways. My own family members' names on this list, every single one of them to aunts and uncles. Those are aunts, uncles, sisters, and brothers that passed. Please consider us.
The next speaker is Ahmad, followed by Farid.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ahmad. I'm also a resident of this area, and my children also attend schools in Brentwood as well. I want to thank you for your time, and I also want to call in favor of the Section 8 resolution. As others have said before me, we have seen a similar resolution get passed in Richmond and other cities. I was actually there when that one took place, and there was a lot of support. I want to address the comments that a previous member mentioned. This actually isn't a problem or a situation regarding any particular faith, whether it's Christians or Muslims or Jews. As you all probably know, those people, those religions have all been living peacefully in Palestine prior to the establishment of the Zionist state. Now, unfortunately, in wars, civilians are always the ones to pay the highest price, and that's what we're seeing currently happening in Gaza. As the crisis continues to unfold and deepen, the ongoing war is really affecting mostly children and women who are getting caught in the crossfire. As others have also said, we would love to make sure that we're on the right side of history, protecting those most vulnerable people. As a city, we must be working to shift that conversation and call for an end to the violence by calling for an immediate ceasefire. But we need all of your help to continue building this momentum for a ceasefire, starting with our local government. I do think this is a local issue that needs to gain momentum to go to the state issue and then at a federal level. And I just want to end off that since the escalation began, unfortunately, there has been severe restrictions on food, fuel, humanitarian aid, and that's what we're calling for. No one is saying one side is better than the other side, but the fact that people's lives are being...
The next speaker is Farid, followed by Tamara.
I'm Dr. Farid Khalafallah. I am a resident of the city of Brentwood, and I'm a leader in higher education, particularly in health and professional education. I want to respond to our respected neighbor. This is not a political matter. This is a moral matter. This is number one. Number two, when we have these moral issues that happen throughout history, of course there will be different opinions. Think about slavery. If it was divisive to the community, some people stand on the right side of history and somebody stands on the wrong side of history. And if everyone says it's not my city issue, it's not my responsibility, and we don't want to be divisive, we would have been living in a slavery until now. To give a little bit of context for people who are not aware of the situation, history did not start on October 7th. It started back after World War I, when our fellow Jews were fleeing the oppression from Europe, and they were embraced by open arms by their fellow Arabs in Palestine. We used to live in peace. I'm from Egypt originally. I'm American Egyptian, and no conflict happened except when the Zionist state of Israel started kicking 750,000 Palestinians in 1948 out of their homes and announced the state of Israel. Now, city of Brentwood has great efforts in diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think this is part of your mission, part of your vision in the near future. And we have masses here in the local community from all faces, and including Jews, including different racial backgrounds, who join hundreds of thousands of the larger community, and there is a disconnect, and there is a moral responsibility on each and every one of you. We work with our House and Senate representatives, and we expect you as well to voice our concerns and to pass this resolution, because this will have a larger impact on the state level and on the government level. The money saved from bombing kids will impact our city.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Tamara, followed by Pharaohs.
Hello. I will be regarding Section 8 of the agenda. I call for an appeal for a resolution to stand with Palestine and call for a ceasefire. Let's turn our attention to Gaza, where 50% of the population comprises of innocent children. These children are the casualties of bombs supposedly targeting Hamas members. Lives are being shattered, families obliterated, and I have family in Palestine, and I have to live with the constant worry of their survival amongst the horror that can no longer be ignored. The heart-wrenching reality is that Israel operates as a colonial apartheid state. Palestinians find their movements and rights restricted. They are relying on Israel for food, water, and electricity access. It's claimed to be self-defense against Hamas, but cutting off those necessities to Gaza affects everyone, not just those affiliated with Hamas. Consider the so-called justification for the genocide of over 10,000 Palestinians. How is using white phosphorus a tactic prohibited by the UN in areas predominantly populated by children an act of self-defense? How are bombing hospitals, schools, and refugee camps an act of self-defense? Bombing homes of innocent civilians and displacing thousands appear more like a settler colony expanding its territory than a targeted effort against a specified target. This term Zionism has become a plague, harming not only Palestinians, but also straying far from the principles that Jewish people themselves uphold, making it inherently anti-Semitic. The Department of Justice defines genocide as violence against violence attacks intending to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, or racial or religious group. Israel has already satisfied this definition, causing serious bodily harm or mental harm. Their intention seems to be dehumanizing Palestinians and insisting that they are subhuman. As we confront this reality, it's crucial to call for a ceasefire, ending the genocidal bombing of Palestinians. This is not just a plea for my family, it's a cry for humanity. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
The next speaker is Pharaohs, followed by Danny.
Hi, my name is Faris Kayali. I am a member of Brentwood City. I'm here to discuss adding Section 8 future agenda item to discuss the resolution regarding the genocide in Gaza. A lot of you will say that this is happening miles and miles away. Why do we care? The truth is this is creating a lot of huge wave of hate crime and Islamophobia. Recently, a Palestinian American kid was murdered in Illinois. Also, we are seeing a lot of similar incidents in San Jose and Petaluma, etc. I believe this is important for the city to discuss and set a model example for our future kids. and to make sure that we are not supporting genocide by the Israeli occupation army, and to guarantee equity and justice for all human beings. We need to tell we need to tell the federal government, if they have extra money, instead of participating in genocide, they should give it to the small cities like Brentwood to create jobs, to clean homeless, to create better community, to help fixing the homeless situation, instead of participating in genocide as it's going right now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny, followed by Rod.
I had this great big thing all planned out, but before I go into it, I want to thank all the people behind me, and especially those who are scared to come up and talk. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to put this away. There's a young man behind me who didn't know anything about how this process works, what's going on. He honestly thought this was something else altogether. And so as I was explaining to him what it is we're doing here, and most importantly, what happens when you come up and speak, how it's on the record, how, and honestly, I know some of you just hate when I come up here, but that's okay. And I was telling this young man, what scares civil government more than anything, and I'm not just talking about you guys, are young kids getting involved. Now, some of you may disagree with that, and that's fine. But I was telling this young man, and he actually has the paper. I urged him to turn it in, even if it's only 10 seconds. Whatever it is, I said, just don't curse. But speak your mind. It's tough, it's scary, and I urge everyone here, there's a little orange paper that all you gotta do is check open comments. Come up here and get your 2 minutes and be heard. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod, followed by Miriam.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was going to speak tonight on possibly reinstating Zoom comments in public comment, but with the matter that's before us with all the speakers tonight, I want to say that I support a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. I think that can be accomplished without taking sides in the conflict, because I don't think that's appropriate. But people are suffering, people are dying, and the situation is horrible. It's hard to contemplate. I will tell you that I have people in my life that are close to me that are Muslim. I have people in my life that are close to me that are Jewish. And the whole situation is distressing to me. It's something I've never been able to reconcile or understand. But I do know human suffering. And I see it every day on the news, and I totally support any call anybody can make to end it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Miriam, followed by Kevin.
Hi, I'm also here today speaking about passing a resolution in the city. So today I want to speak about this because honestly, for years now, we've never had the world on our side. The military has been bombing our people for so many years now, and not only just Palestine, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, all the above, and no one's ever talked about it. So now that Palestine is in a genocide, we need to take action. I don't want to feel like I'm in the city and my city is not even on my side. We already live every day in fear that there's a lot of Islamophobia in the world. There's been a lot of crimes happening. Every time we already go to an airport, all of us get checked for it. And we just need someone to be on our side. And that's why, as a resident in Brentwood for the past 10 years now, I'm asking for the city of Brentwood to be on our side. So this is an emotional topic for me because, like I said, this is something that we've been going through for years now, and we feel like we've never been heard. They're killing journalists in Gaza right now. They cut off the internet for them, and all we can do really here is talk about it because even our tax money is going to fund what's happening over there now. No one that's here right now condemns for our tax money to go kill thousands in Gaza right now. So all we can do is really speak about the topic and request that you guys add this to agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin, followed by Ed.
Good evening. What I'm going to talk about tonight seems way off topic now and a little less unimportant, but still something that I'd like to share with council and everyone. Regarding the recent Boo Fest soccer tournament we held a couple weekends ago on October 28th and 29th. Once again, the tournament was the biggest ever, as we had 184 teams participate in the tournament, and we still had to turn away lots of good teams. When you account for players, parents, grandparents, etc., we estimate that approximately 10,000 people came to Brentwood that weekend for the tournament. Many came from out of town and stayed at our local hotels, some as far as Clovis, Sebastopol, and Roner Park. We also had approximately 130 referees, some of whom are top-tier referees from surrounding clubs in the area, as well as professional and Division I collegiate refs. We had 3 professional referees who ref for Major League Soccer, which is not something clubs are used to seeing, and they definitely noticed. The local businesses benefited as well. The shopping center on Sand Creek and Brentwood Boulevard got a lot of business. I was told the Chipotle and Panda Express were busy, and there were soccer players all over the parking lot. Mountain Mike's and Dino's provided our refs lunches for Saturday and Sunday. They were grateful for the tournament and the support by buying food from them. Each visit made to their locations were greeted with a thank you for the business, but most importantly, the impact to their weekend sales by soccer families, keeping them busy throughout. Dennis Adino specifically stated his shop was busy from open to close on Saturday, with soccer families stopping in, and felt bad for turning many around on Sunday due to being closed. Mountain Mike's had similar feedback, and visually it was apparent as they had an influx of soccer families.
The speaker's time has expired. The next speaker is Ed, followed by Haroon.
Good evening. My name is Ed Lopez. I'm a resident at Trilogy at the Vineyards. I'm here this evening to speak about the concern for speed and safety on Vineyards Parkway at Trilogy Parkway. And so I'm urging the city to consider 2 things. One are speed tables that can hopefully slow down the traffic coming up to Trilogy Parkway. And there are speed tables that are in place currently. They are up toward Lone Tree on the same parkway, and they are in a 35-mile-an-hour speed zone. So I don't see that there's any reason why we can't do that. And secondly, prepare to stop when flashing for people to see that there are people in crosswalks as they approach to hopefully slow them down. We've had a death within our community. It's very concerning, and I think this should be considered strongly by the city of Brentwood. I appreciate your consideration.
The next speaker is Haroon, followed by Annette.
Hello, everyone. I am here to ascertain whether or not the council shares my sentiment that human life is sacred. And I would like to think that that's a very fair and very universal ideal. And I don't want anyone to misconstrue or misunderstand the, what we're saying here. We don't want any harm to befall upon any innocent life, like Jewish or not. Like I want that to be really, really, really crystal clear, right? And I think that's, I've hear and I understand that people will say, like, this is a conflict that's happening very far away. Making a statement that proclaims that human life is sacred is kind of in some ways like shouting into the void, right? Like, is there really a point to it? But I think there is a point to it, right? Like, because I think there is power in numbers. And I think if that same sentiment is echoed enough times, then I think we can actually, change, bring about something that's actually really powerful. And so that's really what I wanted to convey here today. All right, thank you.
The next speaker is Annette, followed by Phil.
Good evening. My name is Annette Rodriguez, and I live in Brentwood and have lived here for almost 5 years. I too live in Trilogy. I live close to the intersection of Vineyards Parkway and Solera Street, where the accident you've heard about occurred. I go through that intersection maybe 2 to 4 times a day. My sister and brother-in-law also live at the corner of Chablis and Solera Street. I visit them often. I worry about the pedestrians who walk the streets on Vineyards Parkway and those who have to cross it. My sister Jerry is one of these. Jerry has cerebral palsy, but is mobile on her 4-wheel mobility little scooter. In the summer, she rides that scooter from her home on Chablis down Solera and across the street and up to the clubhouse almost every day. She has told me of some close calls where, one, drivers don't pay attention to the flashing yellow light, or speed when getting to the crosswalk because they see she is on the other end of the crosswalk or even in the middle of the crosswalk. Jerry knew Terry Chin, who we lost. She would often pass Terry and her husband while they walked their dog. The week before Terry died, she warned Jerry when she saw her crossing the street. She said, "Be careful, Jerry. This is a very dangerous intersection." I'm here today to ask the City Council that they put on the agenda an item to address the danger of this intersection. Something must be done to improve the safety at this intersection. Thank you.
The next speaker is Phil, followed by Denise.
Hello, my name is Phil Henry, and I too live in Trilogy. And I'd like to talk about that intersection, Solera, Trilogy Parkway, Vineyards Parkway, and give you a justification why something should be done. Of all of the people that live in Trilogy, over 1,000 homes, every person that wants to get their mail has to go through that intersection to the mailroom up in the clubhouse, let alone all the people that go to weddings, that go to the spa, all the rest of us that have activities up there at the restaurant and such. I believe that that intersection in a fairly localized area of that long street that extends from Lone Tree, changes its name from Fairview to Vineyards Parkway and ends at Marsh Creek is really mainly local traffic, and that most of the intersection work is through that one intersection. I live on the west side of Vineyards Parkway, and every day when I walk up to get my mail, like a little exercise, I have to walk across that intersection. There was mention about the flashing yellow light. Well, the flashing yellow light is only on the south crosswalk. The north crosswalk doesn't have a button for the light. So there's some work that needs to be done there. And my final point is that
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Denise, followed by Abu.
How wonderful that we have this opportunity to speak freely. I am here to represent the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. I'm literally here for your commercial break right now. I want to tell everybody about the events that we have coming in and that support the community. The city of Brentwood offers a wonderful opportunity for those who work from home with the tech meetup. That's going to be happening perhaps tomorrow at 5. You can look at the website for that. And then on Thursday, we have our non-brick and mortar mixer that the chamber is working with some of our members on, and that's going to be an opportunity to come talk to some people who have started a business. If you've thought of starting a business before, this is a great place to come. It's a great opportunity for networking and growth. And then one of our city's most cherished and looked forward to events, we have the 41st Holiday Parade, not titled by me, Ho, 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 Holiday Parade. And I'm so excited, and our chamber is so excited to know that all of our dignitaries are going to be in attendance. We couldn't be more thrilled with this. So please come out, 5 p.m. Saturday, November 25th. I also want to touch on some other events. We've got Westmont, who's a chamber member who offers support for a dementia group. You can look on our website for that. We have more opportunities for networking as well with the Brentwood Power Network. And we also have opportunities for whether you own a business or you are a resident, retired, whatever, come to learn how to be an ambassador with the chamber. That's an opportunity as well. And I would also like to say a huge thank you to, again, our dignitaries, our city staff, and to the American Legion for putting on a true...
The speaker's time has expired. The next speaker is Abu, followed by Laura.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abu Bakr. Hi, Mayor Bryant. Good evening. We are here today for a very important matter that is dear to our hearts and is not an issue of taking sides or Muslim versus non-Muslim and so on. So here are the facts. Whereas the average number of children killed per day during the Holocaust and World War II by Adolf Hitler was just over 120 a day, sadly. The average number of children being killed by Benjamin Netanyahu is over 170. So this is worse than the Holocaust day by day. Whereas the international community, including South African anti-apartheid leaders, are calling the pre-war situation in Gaza an open-air prison and Israel an apartheid state, whereas civilians were hit without warning and then were directed to head to safety and were killed on the way that they were directed to go. Whereas several war crimes are being committed, including hospitals and ambulances that are targeted despite international condemnation. Whereas several countries are cutting their ties with Israel over their genocidal assault of Gaza, including Belize just hours ago. And our country, the United States of America, rushed to send military aid to Israel. Over 48 billion of our tax dollars that you and I paid are being used to enable genocide. Whereas a top United Nations official in New York, Craig Mockheiber, stepped down as the head of human rights over this genocide of Palestinian civilians, stating that the US, UK, and much of the Europe is wholly complicit in this horrific assault. This is a small town. We love our town of Brentwood. We cannot conscientiously stand idly by and allow our government to sanction and sponsor genocide. We wonder what we would have done if we were there during the Holocaust. Well, this is worse on average day by day, so we don't need to really wonder. We need to see if we can look ourselves in the mirrors for the rest of our lives. Are we going to be able to make a statement or not? Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Laura, followed by Rimsha.
Good evening. My extended family is very small because those who didn't come to the U.S. were systematically slaughtered and their very existence eliminated. As an 11-year-old, I was spit on, my hair pulled, and called a kike. Yes, I am Jewish genetically and culturally. And I experience anti-Semitism on a daily basis. With that being said, while those before me didn't get the chance, everyone has the right or should have the right to live with dignity and in peace, as no one is better than another. Let's not conflate what Hamas did with the need for Palestinians to live a peaceful existence, preferably with a two-state solution. Eliminating any group of people due to race, creed, or religious beliefs is inhumane and barbaric. Remember the saying, don't ever forget. Well, we've forgotten on so many fronts. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rimsha, followed by Lane.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rimsha, and I'm a resident of the city of Brentwood. I would like to speak to Section H, requesting to add an agenda item, adding a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. This would be a similar action to what the city of Richmond has done recently, as well as other cities. The loss of life over the last 35 plus days has been staggering, almost too big to hold, but we can and must act now, because the Israeli government is plowing forward towards a fully genocidal attack on Palestinians in Gaza. We must demand a ceasefire now. If all our people and cities can come together and aim for a resolution for a ceasefire, the US government will see this as well. As we approach Thanksgiving next week, I can speak for myself, my husband, my 2 young kids. I am so grateful to be here in Brentwood, among my caring neighbors, being able to go to sleep in peace, knowing we will all wake up safe and sound and together. But my heart aches every minute for the families in Palestine who do not have the same feeling because of where they live and because where they're born. I pray for a day where the children, the people in Palestine can wake up to the sounds of birds instead of bombs. I hear people saying this is a complicated issue, we shouldn't talk about it, but reality is just the opposite. The only thing we can do right now is talk about it and educate others about it. Everything, all the history, the facts, the numbers are in front of us, easily researchable. Either you support a government-inflicted genocide or you don't. City of Brentwood, please work alongside the majority of the US citizens and aim towards a ceasefire and an end to the occupation of Palestine. Please work towards humanity. Please work towards calling out and not allowing war crimes. Thank you, City of Brentwood Council.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Lane, followed by Ayas.
Good evening, honorable city council members. My name is Lane Peugeot. I am a resident of Brentwood, California, and a graduate of the Heritage class of 2019. I've tried to be active in city politics in my high school days, but wasn't able to consistently throughout college. So I first want to express my deep gratitude for council members Mendoza and Meyer's leadership in the No Drilling in Brentwood campaign, and Councilmember Pearson's leadership in anti-racism policies in our communities. The fight for climate and racial justice is incredibly important, and it makes me so proud to know my elected leaders view it as a top priority, so thank you. I'm here today to ask for your support in signing a resolution affirming your solidarity with the Palestinian people and demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. This resolution also demands all hostages held by Hamas be returned. We all have a duty to speak up when we see injustice in the world, and we all have the ability to make an impact. You five, as the voices of the community of Brentwood, amplify our values and ideals to the state, country, and world. Your words matter. Over the past month, thousands of bombs have been dropped in the Gaza Strip. Food, water, fuel, and humanitarian aid have been almost completely withheld. Hospitals, schools, religious centers, and homes have been turned to rubble. A third of northern Gaza has been destroyed. This is equivalent to half of the surface area of the city of Brentwood. To the extent that it is possible to track, it is reported that 4,800 children are dead. This is equivalent to every graduate of the Heritage High School class being killed since the year 2015. It's staggering. Moreover, our tax dollars are funding it. You as our elected leaders have a duty to condemn injustice and indiscriminate violence when you see it. But even more than that, you have a duty as a human being to dignify basic human life and self-determination for all. As a final note, I want to verbalize that both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are real, disgusting, violent forms of bigotry. I sincerely hope you choose to continue to condemn these bigotries and simultaneously demand peace. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ayas, followed by Helena.
Hello, my name is Iyas. As per Section H in agenda, I'm here to ask to add and adopt a resolution asking for a ceasefire in Palestine. I just want to answer to who said that the city of Brentwood is taking aside if adopted a resolution demanding a ceasefire or it is being divisive. This is only asking for taking a stand with humanity and ask for a ceasefire that is aiming at saving life and by no means asking to harm. The situation in Gaza is catastrophic, as Gaza is under siege for 39 days now, without water, food, electricity, internet, thousands killed, mostly children, and hundreds of thousands displaced, and the leadership of our government is not listening to most Americans who are asking for and demanding for a ceasefire. That's why we're asking at every local level. And again, I want to assert that it's impacting us here as Americans very, very much. Thank you.
The next speaker is Helena, followed by Olga.
Good evening. Hope you guys are all well. To keep this short and simple, at first I wasn't going to say anything, but to see the chance that I have a public comment or all of us are free to speak, I was like, might as well, right? So I have to say that you guys may be tired of hearing it. We feel the guilt seeing it, but imagine the ones who are living it. It even hurts to even speak upon this, but to know that the ones who are living it back home, it's just different, right? We just ask for you. It's not about standing or choosing a side. It's to stand with humanity. That's pretty something we should all know, right? And this isn't a war or a defense. This is a genocide. And we are asking for a resolution to be added to the agenda. And we are all here and to support that. And as you guys have the power to make some sort of change, whether it be small or big, anything matters for anything that could happen at home. Your guys' voice and all of our voices matter. And it would really mean a lot to us to know that there's something that you can do. And I truly appreciate if you guys would do something, and that goes for all of us. So please, we beg you, for the sake of the lives being at home. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Olga, followed by Kathy.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant and City Council members. My name is Olga Vidrialis, and I've lived in Brentwood since 2003. I'm going to speak on the hot topic this evening, and I'm going to ask you to please remain neutral in this matter. Please do not choose a side. I take pride in our community's diversity and close-knit ethos, It is crucial that we avoid unjustly singling out any ethnic or religious group, thereby upholding our commitment to fairness and unity. While the freedom to express personal opinions is a hallmark of our democracy, I believe it would be inappropriate, and I have to emphasize inappropriate, for the City Council to adopt a public stance on this complex political matter. Brentwood is better served by fostering unity within our community, steering clear of divisive positions. Let us collectively strive to find avenues that promote understanding, harmony, and cohesion. Please don't choose a side. That would be tragic. Don't put this on the agenda. We do not have to follow other cities. We are not Richmond. We don't need to mimic what the city of Richmond does. Let's show solidarity for both the Jewish and Muslim communities. And I say that as a Christian woman. That means remaining neutral on this issue. Do not divide us. You have 66,000 citizens in Brentwood to consider. Just because they are not here doesn't mean their voice doesn't count. This matter is not for City Council to address. And since I have a few seconds left, I will say this. I still can't get October 7th out of my mind. The atrocities that the Jewish people encountered on their holiday. That, for some reason, just burns into my mind. So again, I just ask you, please, please, this is not an agenda item. This is not in your lap to consider. It's really not your job. Thank you so much for hearing me out. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kathy.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Little. My husband and I have been residents of Brentwood for 19 years, and I'm a business owner, chamber member, Army veteran, and ministry leader. I stand before you today to discourage council members from taking any action that promotes division and terror towards any ethnic or religious group. Let's be brutally honest here. At this moment in time, a declaration in support of Palestinians is in fact a code word for supporting terrorism and hatred towards Jews. The shocking verbal abuse that we were subject to a few weeks ago is just an extension and manifestation of the shocking physical attacks being carried out against Jews all over the world right now. Many are choosing to ignore the facts of what happened on October 7th. Jewish citizens of Israel were targeted and horrifically attacked in the sanctity of their own homes by Hamas terrorists. We have since learned that these hardcore terrorists were joined by ordinary Palestinians who seized on the opportunity to infiltrate, kidnap, and civilian hostages, loot, plunder private property, commit heinous atrocities, too inhumane to describe. And then they celebrated in the streets and passed out candies. So is that sanctity of life? I don't think so. I'm all for a resolution sanctifying life. Hamas is the Hebrew word for violence. And calling for a ceasefire in Gaza leaves Hamas in power. Let us not forget that among the hostages killed and kidnapped are citizens from many different nations, including the United States. The Palestinian people are suffering because of their leader.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Afaf, followed by Asan.
Good evening, everyone. I wasn't planning to talk, but I've been listening to everyone's talking. And in this room, I'm Palestinian American. What's going on in Palestine, it's not an issue of religion. Jews and Muslim and Christian lived all together in peace. My grandmother is Jewish. What happened in Palestine is not bombing just mosques. They're also bombing churches and schools, which is protected from United Nations. Seeing this, what happened on October 7, it was from people kept in hostages. Gaza was a big jail for almost 17 years. It's sad. Any civilians get hurt or killed, it's sad. But seeing what the Israelis bombing with American bombs, it just hurt everyone. I just want to make it clear, what's going on there, it's not about religion and it's about power. Jesus is from Palestine. I am Christian, and our church was bombed in Gaza and in Jerusalem. I was there for Christmas, and I was not allowed to go to the church because I'm having the Palestinian ID card. I said, I'm an American. I have American passport. They said, as far as we're concerned, you're Palestinian. I was not allowed to go in the church. I just want to say that. We're not asking anyone to take sides. We're just asking you to think of human. We're all mothers and fathers, and I'm a grandmother of 5 children. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. And I want you all to look the same way. Thank you for letting me talk.
The next speaker is Isan.
Good evening, Council. I come today. My name is Hassan Mohammed. I'm 15 years old. I am a student at Liberty High School, and I've come today to ask for your help to call for a ceasefire between the issues happening in Gaza. I don't know. I didn't really plan to go up here until last minute. But I'm asking you guys to use your power, because what you guys can do is you can save so many more kids that are already being tortured, they're being killed. I see all over social media, I researched so much, I read so many articles, I see kids calling for their parents, they're crying. I see parents losing their kids. As a guy growing up, I cry. I see so many kids suffering. It just makes me cry so much. And I really want to stop this. I come to you guys for help. I ask you guys to please, there's other cities doing the same thing, using their power to call for a ceasefire, like Richmond. And I ask you guys to use your power, please. Thank you. Have a good evening.
The final card I have is for Aaron. If anybody else wanted to speak, if you could just fill out a card and turn it in.
Hello, everybody. We're all aware of what's happening in Gaza right now, for what's been happening for a total of 37 days, 38 days, I believe. And there isn't much that we can do individually, but there's power in numbers. So I want to urge everybody here to get educated, because what's happening isn't complicated. What's happening is not something that's not your problem or doesn't have anything to do with you. Because if you're human, the killing of innocent men and women and children shouldn't sit right with you. Don't live your life in ignorance. And we are all actively supporting what's happening in Gaza right now, because our tax dollars are funding it. So our tax dollars are funding what's happening in Gaza right now, and there's nothing we can do about it. So it would be a disservice to the innocent Palestinian civilians of Gaza, who mostly are children, to not do our research. Every Muslim here that is able to live freely and wake up every day without the sounds of bombs raining down over us feel an immense amount of guilt right now. And all we want is to be heard and be the voice for those who are voiceless. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and move.
Mayor, I believe I do have one more speaker who wanted to.
Okay. We will reopen public comments.
My apologies. I come here then as a a member of the community who just felt like this had to be said. I'm the leader of the Muslim community. We had 1,500 people at our recent prayer of Eid. We are a significant part of the community, and we are joined as well by Christians as well as Jews today. I wanted to thank everybody for coming, people who expressed themselves however, heartfelt, whatever they had to say, everybody who came here today, and all of you guys for listening. The Muslim community really strives to get along with our, greater Brentwood community. Our mosque is open every night in Ramadan for our guests. We've hosted, other churches. We've been to other churches. I've spoken at the B'nai Torah myself. I've been there, and my mother has spoken there as well. So we are, peace-loving, friendly neighbors. This is not a religious issue. You don't want to put anybody down. We care about our local community, and I just felt that had to be said. A lot of people, they get so emotionally invested that they think within their own community there are people who hate them or are against them. We love our local community, and we invite all of our local religious, non-religious community members to join us at our mosque. We welcome guests all the time. We love everybody. We're just here for a humanitarian issue, and I would like to thank everybody here for taking the time to listen to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments, move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. At this time, I'll start to my left, Councilman Orlemans.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out this evening. Since our last meeting, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit meeting, the Chamber of Commerce mixer at Westmont Retirement Living Center, treats at the streets with the Police Activities League, Hometown Halloween down here in the streets of Brentwood, the Day of the Dead celebration over on Village Drive, the Police Activities League board meeting. I watched the Planning Commission meeting on November 7th. I attended the PAL Tamale Fest committee meeting. By the way, the Tamale Fest is on the 17th, right over here here in City Hall, and the Veterans Day celebration at Veterans Day Park. That's it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. Since we last met, I attended a community forum of District 3 residents with some concerns. A local resident who is a professor at Santa Clara University invited me to speak about the intersection of governance and business to her students twice. Attended the Dia de los Muertos event at Azucar on Brentwood Boulevard. The Cal Cities Department Orientation for League Leaders to start the discussion around the 2024 action plan. The Leadership Roundtable meeting to take part in the discussion of our Community Service Day coming in 2024. Stay tuned for more details about how you can all get involved. The Mayor's Conference that Brentwood hosted this month. Staff did a great job. Zephyr catered, that was wonderful too. Attended the Hospice of the East Bay ceremony. Councilmember Mendoza spoke. Great job on that. Rehearsal for a Cal Cities Roundtable facilitation. The Planning Commission meeting. I presented about city government to two third grade classes at Guerin Elementary. The questions were wonderful. Facilitated a Cal Cities Roundtable about best practices for Zoom disruptions. There were around 200 attendees, and per our initial survey, 50% of the cities represented had experienced Zoom bombers. Attended the Veterans Day ceremony. I had multiple discussions in person and calls and emails with Trilogy residents, and I will be bringing a future agenda item for that later on this evening. And attended the Bristow Zoom last evening to address parent concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes. So Day of the Dead celebration, our Neighborhood Voices meetings, the League Latino Caucus Director meeting, the Mayor's Conference here. Thank you, staff, for all of the hard work. Nothing but great things to say about everything. Participated in the Hospice of the East Bay tree lighting, and just an FYI, it is the only nonprofit hospice offering in East County, and it is no cost to people who need the service. East Bay Leadership Council Capital Series, Assemblywoman Lori Wilson, she's still talking about building, and taking away local control, which I'm not happy about. MTC webinar about starting to toll our highways. So if you drive Highway 4, you might want to reach out to the MTC because they will start in 2035. They want to start charging you to drive on that highway. Cal City's Roundtable Best Practices for Zoom Disruptions, Veterans event at Veterans Park. Fantastic speakers. I was touched by Rudy Ramirez, who's in his 70s. He was amazing. He's a Liberty graduate student. He talked about him and his 10 classmates who went to the Vietnam War and the impacts of all of that. Downtown Brentwood Coalition members meeting last night. There's lots coming up, the wine walk, the holiday parade, the tree lighting, the Santa event. Also look out for your local businesses having their own events. Friday, V Salon is having a grand opening, and every first Thursday, Drenched has an event, so that's fun. Also, Cocoa Wine had their first ladies event, and it was super packed, so they're very appreciative. Watch the Planning Commission meeting. Like all of us, we've gotten a lot of emails and had conversations with residents this week about both Trilogy and about what's happening in Gaza. And I know you're leaving, but I want to say thank you to everyone who speaks. If I could have the chamber this full every single meeting, I would be so grateful. I like hearing everyone's opinion, and I think it's important. So before you leave, thank you so much for coming. We're not all going to agree sometimes, but it's important that we always hear the Brentwood perspective, and it helps frame how we decide to govern in the city. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since our last meeting, I met with a small group of residents in District 2 to discuss traffic concerns, their concerns with the upcoming school in District 2, some of the businesses coming to Brentwood and issues with what happened at Bristol Junior High. I went to the PAL board meeting. I also went to the PAL board Tamale Festival subcommittee meeting. Went to the Veterans Day event in Veterans Park. Dropped off toys to community chest. I watched the Planning Commission meeting, attended the Farmers Market, and also was recently appointed to serve on the League of California Cities Women's Caucus Community Service Committee. And I echo the sentiment of everyone else. Thank you for everyone who came tonight to speak to us.
Thank you. I also want to thank everyone that came tonight to speak. We have heard your concerns, and we greatly appreciate everything that all of you had to say. Since we last met, I did attend the Veterans Day Memorial in Veterans Park, and it was really great to see all of the veterans and the families that have been lifelong residents in Brentwood and their support of our freedom and liberty individually. I also attended the Diwali event at City Park and Mayor's Conference here as well. And again, thank you, staff, for all your hard work. It was an outstanding event, and I've had several mayors comment on the level of participation from our council, which isn't always the case in other communities. So that's greatly appreciated. Also, I attended had an opportunity to speak with the Liberty Water Polo team, who they are the champions of their fifth. And I can't remember the acronym of the group of teams that they played, but yes, BVAL, thank you. And so they all were really, really great to talk to. We've got a wonderful group of young people in our community. I attended the Mungtanga, there, thank you, event at Adams Middle School. It was beautiful. There was information and artwork and very, very talented individuals that represented all parts of the nation of India, north, south, east, west, and it was amazing. It was beautiful. Also, I attended the Hometown Halloween, which was, as usual, amazing with all of the family. I love to see the families and the little kids running around, and I love to attend later in the evening when all of the sugar is kicking in and the kids are actually little monsters, which is really fun. And I attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board meeting as well as the Airport Land Use Commission meeting. And I also have spoken with many residents regarding both the issues that were brought forward tonight and the issues regarding our schools and just things I wish that we could as a city fix. Just in general, the way humans treat each other nowadays. It would be really great to be able to just write an ordinance or push a button and everybody love each other. So there's been lots of communication regarding that from our residents. So I have nothing further to report regarding that. At this time, do we have any reports from our?
Yes, Mayor, it looks like our Trilogy residents have left, but we do have several policies that direct how we implement traffic enforcement and traffic calming devices. We have already started phase 1 and we're moving into phase 2 now, so there will be a mobile radar trailer installed next week on Tuesday. And then if there is interest in the speed tables, as was mentioned tonight, there's a process for that where we need 2/3 of the impacted residents to sign off on that. So we'll share that with some of the emails we received. I think we received some 20. We'll make sure they all have a copy of this policy. So we'll definitely follow up on that. And then if there is interest in any kind of proclamation, as discussed tonight, based on previous proclamations you've taken about anti-hate and anti-racism, anti-violence, and even speaking out against anti-Semitism, if there was interest, I could come back with something on your December 12th agenda that also adds anti-Islamophobia and encourage peace, not only here in Brentwood, but anywhere. Speak more generally if that's of interest, and could certainly come back on December 12th with that.
Thank you. So at this time, we will move into the consent calendar. And
Could I please pull items E3 and E6?
okay, do I have a motion on the rest of the consent calendar minus item E3 and E6?
Yeah, motion to adopt consent calendar less items E3 and E6.
I'll second.
Okay, Margaret?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending the first paragraph of Section 4.1 of the City Council/Administrative Policy 10-13, signature authority related to city attorney's signature authority for legal service and personnel investigative service agreements. And the second one is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending the provisions of the Brentwood Municipal Code to update outdated chapter and section numbering references, revise Section 1.2.010 hearing officer, and revise in its entirety Chapter 1.24 administrative citations, making findings that these actions are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act based on Sections 15061 and 15358 of that Act's guidelines.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. We will take items E3 and E6, and then I will call for a vote after these items. Vice Mayor, item E3 and E6.
Let's start with E3, since we have some people here in chambers. We're going to read a proclamation to recognize the celebration of Diwali. And we will meet you at the podium.
Thank you so much for coming. We have a great large crowd today. We also have several copies. I don't know that we have as many as we have people here, but we do have 5 per the request. So we would like to present this proclamation and allow for some brief comments and recognition of our wonderful community here in Brentwood. In recognition of Diwali, the Festival of Lights, whereas it is our honor and privilege to come together as a community to celebrate the Festival of Diwali, a joyous occasion that holds a special place in the hearts of millions around the world, transcending geographical and cultural boundaries. And whereas Diwali, known as the Festival of Lights, is one of the most significant and widely celebrated festivals globally, primarily observed by people of Indian origin. However, it is not confined to one nation alone, but is celebrated with enthusiasm by Indian and South Asian communities worldwide. This festival extends over 5 days and marks the victory of good over evil, knowledge over ignorance, and the renewal of life. And whereas Diwali is a time when families and communities come together, regardless of their cultural or religious backgrounds, to share the joy of the season. It is a time of reflection, gratitude, and togetherness. The lighting of lamps and candles during Diwali represents the illumination of our hearts and minds, symbolizing the eradication of ignorance and the pursuit of knowledge and truth. And whereas in the city of Brentwood, which is home to a diverse and multicultural population, the celebration of Diwali takes on even greater significance. It serves as a powerful symbol of inclusion and unity. As we gather to celebrate this festival, we acknowledge and embrace the richness of our cultural diversity. Diwali showcases our commitment to fostering a community where people of all backgrounds come together in the spirit of unity, understanding, and respect. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize the celebration of Diwali on November 12th, although it's 14th, 2023, and celebrate the cultural significance of this festival, not only within our diverse city, but also among our global community. Dated this 14th day of November 2023 and signed by Mayor Bryant. Would you like to pass them out?
I would be honored. I just want to thank all of you for the dedication to our community. When you show up to the Diwali festival, the excitement, the color, the music, the dancing, it's so beautiful. The food is wonderful. All of that is very hard work. And everyone in the community is part of all of that celebration, and we all, that day, I know on St. Patrick's Day, it is a common saying that everyone is Irish. Well, during Diwali, everyone is Indian, and we're so thankful to be able to join with you and celebrate such a beautiful event. And so thank you so much. As we pass these out, if you would like to take pictures, I've been asked during the Zoom-only meetings, we were lining up over here. If we could line up here, it makes a much better picture for all of you. And since we're in person again, that would be wonderful. So who do I get the pleasure of passing these out to? Oh, wonderful. If you line up, and I will be happy to present them to you.
Everyone else can come in the background here so that you can still be facing this way.
Yes.
And that will be in the background.
Wonderful.
We'll have all of our team come in the background. Come on. Offer them. Sure. All right. Yeah. In the middle? Yeah. This is the city of Brentwood will be coming along.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor Bryant. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
council, if you would like to.
all right.
What do you want there?
Yes. Right here in the middle. Okay, we'll come back over here.
All right. So I think the council is joining us too. Yeah, if you can just grab it. Yeah.
Here we go, right here. 1, 2, 3. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. So, and also, Mayor, if you won't take too much of your time, if you can distribute another copy to Ashish. There you go, sorry.
Yes, it's very good to see you.
Good to see you. He's from the United Indian.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you. On behalf of your Indian Association, we are able to do something, and we are glad it's getting recognized. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, and it's a great occasion that City of Brentwood has proclaimed a day for Diwali. I'm able to. It's really great, and thanks for the City of Brentwood's proclamation of Diwali. And it's a Diwali day in all of Brentwood. And then we, as most of our immigrants from India, I mean, this is celebrated by Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, and everybody, all different faiths in the subcontinent. Every holiday is 26 holidays, and every holiday is everybody's holidays. So that way, and we're very happy that Brentwood has declared this as a festival for the city, and then so nice. And we know councils and your support is always there with us. Thanks a lot for that. Appreciate it. And so if you can give this out to Muktangan. Oh, okay.
You also.
Yeah, please, all of you. So these are the people you mentioned.
Yes.
Of course, right.
Such a beautiful.
Awesome, great.
We remember your song.
Oh.
Yeah, that's so lively.
Last year you joined us, Muktangan.
Right. And also, if you can give out to the Punjabi.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And also, if you can give to one Trident, the Telugu Association. She's going to come in.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Oh, it's good to see you. Thank you.
Of course, we're going to give. And this is small. Thank you. Happy Diwali. Gift.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be the council gets it. Thank you.
Ashish? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are grateful to you.
I'm grateful to you as well. Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor, item E6.
Thank you. A couple of questions around E6, which is the Americans with Disabilities Act Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan. And one of the things that stuck out to me in looking through this is questions around private versus public property. There was a resident who reached out to me earlier this year, I think it was, saying that she has disabilities and she was having trouble with one of our bank parking lots. And so she wondered if there was an avenue for trying to advocate for herself and other people with disabilities to be able to safely peruse and navigate that parking lot. And I believe at the time it's a private space. And so I wondered, first of all, if someone could talk about that a little bit, and then I have a couple other questions. Like, is there an avenue, or what should someone do in that case?
Sure. So private property would be community development and the chief building official. If something is not compliant with ADA, there are ways that property owners can bring it into compliance. There are only certain ways that we can enforce that based on active property improvements, or depending on if there's remodeling or a permit being pulled, or if it's just an existing condition. So they should really check with the chief building official, because the Americans with Disability Act is extremely dense and complicated, and he can determine what the best way is to follow up, or what we're allowed to do per the law.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I did wonder if through this process of self-evaluation, what happens if there are findings? Is that something we self-correct?
Good evening. Yes, that is something we'll self-correct. Part of this transition plan requires us to go through and survey all our facilities, traffic intersections, buildings, parks. Everything gets looked at, surveyed, and we make a list of corrective actions necessary. And then those items get prioritized, and depending on the level and funding needed, those items will come back to you for approval.
Okay. And does our ADA coordinator, and I believe that's you, is that right?
It is now, yes.
Okay. Do you have specific training for managing these duties and these updates that need to happen?
I do not. Barring reading and going through some vendors and some software that we've purchased to help assist with the checklists and various things, it's mostly just an education of the law and involves a lot of research.
Okay. And thinking about things like Zoom being accessible for people with disabilities, again, people who are older, who can't drive at night, whatever. I'm thinking about those kind of aspects of this evaluation, and do we look at things like accessibility for communications when we're doing this evaluation?
Yeah, we do. That's a big part of the transition plan, actually. Each department that is involved in either hosting or providing public meetings has to meet various accessibility guidelines that are outlined in the law in Title II. Mainly that's handled through our IS department, making sure the website's accessible, making sure that people can comment remotely or in person. All that stuff is addressed and looked at as part of the accessibility.
Okay. And then the last part would be around Parks and Rec and adaptive recreation. Is that somehow incorporated into this?
I'll let Bruce add to it, but to an extent, we look at the parks to make sure they have access. This transition plan doesn't necessarily evaluate playground structures for special needs or special access. It's just, can the general public with disabilities access those facilities?
Yes, I think Casey mentioned that right, but we also will look at program accessibility as well. So we will use the document that was created, take a look at that as well to make sure that through the transition plan that we meet accessibility for programs as well as our parks and facilities.
So it kind of appears that there would be some overlap between this and the adaptive recreation planning that we've been discussing.
Yeah, the adaptive recreation plan made a recommendation that we follow the transition plan process as well. So there is some overlap there.
Okay. Thank you very much for that additional feedback. With that, I'd like to move to approve.
If I can interrupt.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to add some because I thought your questions were really well taken. I wanted to add, just as a resource to residents listening, if they ever have any legal issues, specifically the ones you spoke of, that they may contact Contra Costa County Senior Legal Services at 925-609-7900 if they have ADA issues. It's also located at 2702 Clayton Road in Concord. Also, I asked the same question about ADA as it pertains to IT, and I was told to look at page 31. It specifically outlined that in more detail. So anyone who's watching, you can look and see that the IT website, all of those accessibilities were taken into consideration. So thank you for that one.
Thank you. Did you also have something?
When it comes to, it says they have to contact, what was the grievance form? Can we add something to 24/7 so that they can do it there and it's just a one-stop shop?
We can certainly look at that. I'm not sure if that's something that would easily fit in there or not, but we can certainly look at it.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess that this is leading me toward one more question, and thank you for your input, is that once we've got our adaptive recreation website, or excuse me, webpage dedicated to that, that we'll have information about all of this also available for people to read about the evaluation results and what actions we're taking and all of that?
I don't know if the evaluation results will go up timely. This is going to be a process that takes place over months and months, and the actions that'll be outlined in the plan will take place over years. It's not something that we're going to have wrapped up for you nice and tidy in 6 months. So we can certainly make the list of the findings available. I don't know that we'll have a timeline for any necessary corrections that would be that easy.
I think it's more actions than timeline, but I appreciate what you're saying. I think I just want our community with people with disabilities to understand that we are we take these things seriously. We're going to address these issues as we find them, and we are going to, support their needs within our community. So I think it's like just being public about the process and what we're going to do to address any findings would be great.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Great, thank you. With that, I move to approve item E.
Can I interject one-
Sorry.
real quickly? If you'd be so kind during your motion, this version that got included in the packet neglected to have a section for the HR department and their requirements for this. So if you could please include approving that section to be added after the fact, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. I would like to move approval of consent item E.6, including HR requirements that relate to this evaluation. Sufficient?
Okay.
Oh, and approval of, actually, wouldn't they be separate? Or no?
You can
Do
you
them
can do it
together?
either way because it was on the consent calendar. You can consider this as an extension of the consent calendar and vote them both at the same time.
Then I'd also like to approve E3. Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous.
Need to go now?
Moving into items F1, public hearings. Our next item is related to the wastewater treatment plant, and Casey will present. Casey?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is a supplemental amendment to the previously approved initial study and mitigated negative declaration associated with the wastewater treatment plant expansion project. When council approved the purchase of the biosolids dryer and the pyrolysis equipment for the wastewater treatment plant expansion in February, that represented a change from what was planned and contemplated in the initial study of the environmental impacts for the wastewater treatment plant expansion. The supplemental initial study and mitigated negative declaration presented tonight updates the environmental analysis to reflect the minor changes associated with the biosolids portion of the wastewater treatment plant expansion project as it has evolved since the project's inception in 2015. Consistent with the original study, this supplemental analysis confirms there continued to be no impacts or less than significant impacts to the environment associated with the continued construction of this project and inclusion of several identified mitigation measures. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will move into public comments. Margaret?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're speaking under in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take those comments from those participating in the chamber first, with those then participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received no written public comments on this item, and I have no speaker cards for this item and no hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion regarding this item. Is there any council discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution adopting the supplemental initial study /MND as well as the amended MMRP for the wastewater treatment plant expansion phase 2.
I'll second that.
I apologize. I'm going to need a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
Yeah.
I second her
Okay,
motion.
we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye. And
Okay.
I make a motion again, as detailed in the staff report. I move to adopt a resolution adopting the supplemental initial study, MMD, as well as the amended MMRP for the wastewater treatment plant expansion phase 2.
And I will second that again.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Okay, moving into item F2. The next item is an amendment to the cost allocation plan related to the HCP mitigation fees, and Eric Nolthenius will present. Eric.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have a really brief presentation. The city participates in a regional habitat conservation plan. It's governed by a joint powers authority that's known as the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy. In addition to the city, the Conservancy includes the county as well as Clayton, Oakley, and Pittsburgh. Mitigation fees are collected on projects in the area in order to implement the plan, and these fees are required to be periodically audited to accurately reflect implementation costs of the plan and whether they should be adjusted. The most recent audit was reviewed and adopted by the Conservancy in February of this year. That was followed by the county and the other member cities, adopting the audit and updating the fees. At this time, staff recommends that the council adopt a resolution amending the city's cost allocation plan to update the fees accordingly. That concludes staff's presentation. I'll turn it back to the mayor for any questions.
Okay, are there any clarifying questions of staff regarding this item? Okay, seeing none, we will open public comments. Marty?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comment from those participating in the chambers first, followed by those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments on this item. And I see no hands raised in Zoom, and I have no speaker cards.
Okay, thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. At this time, is there any council discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion regarding this item?
I'll make the motion as detailed in the staff report. I move to adopt the resolution amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees to update the HCP/NCCP fees and to repeal and replace resolution number 2022-56.
A second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Moving into business items, item G1. This item is related to the RFP for the Senior Center Operational Assessment and Citywide Recreation Survey, and City Manager Tim Ogden will present. Tim?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So back in September, you requested staff put together a request for proposal to bring in a consultant to help perform an operational assessment of the Brentwood Senior Activity Center, as well as do a customer satisfaction survey of all of our recreation participants. And you noticed in the staff report a very detailed scope of work. That doesn't exactly mirror your motion. We put it into the language that the consultants would best be able to procure a response to the bid on. But it does cover 4 different categories. One, dealing with the senior center. So I'll just highlight a few things. Interview all facility rental and programming participants, existing and former staff. Anybody who's participated at the senior center since 2019. So this would cover some time before the COVID when there was a different, significant difference in participation and also programming. And then again, as that returned after COVID, so you could see both. It does include any agreements, MOUs, special projects, events, activities, and contracted, non-contracted, anybody who's participated in the senior center. It would report all the facility usage hours for all programming activities, any future plans, address an assessment of any language and cultural access, and recommendations for improvement. It would also assess the process for how staff is selected and assigned to work there and their training and scheduling and experience with seniors. These would be independently evaluated and findings would be presented to the City Council. For Section B, it talks about a citywide customer satisfaction survey of anybody who's participated in any of the recreation programming over the last 3 years. So this one's a little different than 2019. This is 2021 and on. This would again capture the majority of participants coming out of COVID. We'll look at program efficiency, facility satisfaction, and customer satisfaction with city staff and other third parties who also provide a lot of the programming programs. We do have a metric in here to try to get you towards best practice, and that is to try to continue the survey outreach until at least 30% response rate of the total participation figure. If that becomes a barrier at some point, council can give some direction tonight to say, well, maybe have the survey out for a month. If you still don't have enough results, go out longer, or if it's taking too long to get it up to the 30%, say just go ahead and call it after 2 months or whatever you want to do. Also, Section C talks about reviewing staffing levels of programs and facilities and comparing it to comparable cities, so you have a good baseline of understanding what typically cities offer and what that looks like in their operations. And in the schedule, we put together a very tight schedule that honestly I'm not sure is feasible, but we will try to meet it. If you authorize this RFP tonight, we'll send it out tomorrow to a broad-based list of consultants who do this kind of work. They would have approximately 2 weeks to review the request for proposal, submit questions to us if they need clarifications on anything. We would post responses on the website where they find the RFP, so they all have the same information. And the proposals will be due 2 weeks after that, so December 15th, so basically a month from now. If interviews are requested by the City Council, if authorized, we would conduct those sometime between December 15th and January 8th with the respondees that are responsive and provide a recommendation for the City Council's approval. That consideration could be on the January 23rd City Council meeting, so the second regular meeting in January. They would commence services sometime in the next couple weeks after that as they turn in insurance, sign contracts, and all those administrative paperwork things. We forecasted a project completion of April 1st, which really only gives them a month to maybe conduct interviews of several hundred people, put all that analysis together, put together a report. That might be too tight. So it may need to go a little longer than April, but we tried to put it nice and tight, and if a consultant can meet that schedule, then we'd love to see it. So that's my quick report, and if you have any questions about the scope of work or schedule, I'd be glad to answer those.
Yeah, I have a question. When we talked about this, we were clear we wanted an internal investigation on what's happening. And I brought up, for example, that I've had to ask for a schematic on a park because plants were missing, they weren't being replaced. Even today we got an email, I think that the resident emailed 3 months ago or whatever it is. I mean, we don't have to get into the details, but and people are quitting. And we've gotten emails from prior employees that have quit. I guess I'm not clear about the internal investigation. And I know it's an HR issue, so we can only get involved to a certain extent. But I just have concerns that there's things going on. And I specifically used the words internal investigation during that. And so where are we going with that? Like, why are we because when I've talked to people who have left, they've told me, but we need it shared with the entire council. So when are we going to talk about that, and how do we improve what's going there to help them better do their job? I'm the one who said, do we need more people, right? Like workload. Like we really need to get down to the nitty gritty of what's going on and why things aren't getting done. Is it people? Is it priorities? Is it management? Is it directors? Is it, what is it, and how do we fix it?
I recall the request, and I recall a conversation with the city attorney saying what could and couldn't be done. So perhaps he can clarify. We did have this request for proposal reviewed by outside legal counsel, and in the request for proposal, we identified that the scope of personnel interviews is limited to those matters identified above. A discussion as to these limitations will be had prior to any interviews being conducted. So unfortunately, some of that information just will not be available publicly. Those are issues that we understand internally and have addressed those judiciously, and we'll continue to manage those issues, but that won't be part of the scope of work.
Okay, so we're your manager, and what I'm hearing is that I, as your manager, will never be privy to why there's chaos in your department. Is that the case? I'll never know because of HR issues? Because every other organization, managers can look up below on what's going on, and this is the only one where I have nothing to do with the employees, right? It's you. So how do we fix it if we don't know? And you're not telling us.
We can share generally that there have been staff who've left employment here, and there was some significant transition that caused some disruptions to the service delivery. January, February timeframe of earlier this year. We've hired significant new staff to replace those vacancies. There's a sharp learning curve in some of our departments and divisions and programs that we offer the community. That's something that's an ongoing management effort.
Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, at that meeting when you discussed this, I believe at the beginning of the meeting, I had a brief statement about your roles and the roles of staff. As you know, you're responsible for 2 employees, the city manager and myself. You can't involve yourself in employee issues except for those 2 employees. And that night, I indicated that as a discussion involved evaluating programs and services, that was appropriate. But if it involved discussing or investigating employees who don't report to you, that wasn't appropriate. And I did check with outside counsel on this, and he did review the RFP to make sure that it met the criteria, and he indicated that it did. And that's why we move forward, at least based on that. But going further into detail on employee issues, that would not be appropriate for the council to do. If the council has concerns about employees, their two employees, it's appropriate to have those discussions in closed session with their employees.
I guess my concern is I cannot fully review, you know, like, for example, Tim, like, all I know is there's chaos. I don't know why. And I don't know what it is, so I don't know how you're fixing it, right? Like, I don't know what steps you're taking. I don't know what's going on. And it just makes it hard. So people say, oh, council can do this and council can do that. We can't. Because like you're seeing, we get blockades. And unless we change our municipal code to give us more authority, we can't do that, right?
As the city government is currently structured, pursuant to state law, you have two employees that you evaluate, and that's a city manager and myself, and are responsible for. And there was a future agenda item you had brought up, which we obviously can't talk about tonight, but involved some of those issues. The first question on that was whether you could even do that. And so before we went anywhere on that, that would have been the first thing I would have looked at is, can the council even do that? I'm not convinced that you can as a general law city, but I don't know that for certain. We would have had to look at that. But there are things as public officials, as city government leaders, you are limited to what you can do. It's not the private sector that there's as much flexibility. It's just not, and that's just how the system is set up.
Well, and I want people to understand that, because they continually tell me, like, you're not doing anything, and I'm trying to do it, and I can't. So my next question is, under a charter city, could we do that?
I don't know that answer either. I don't want to shoot from the hip here.
Okay.
It might be possible, but employees still have a tremendous amount of protection. Public employees have a tremendous amount of protection in this state.
Mhm.
And even charter cities don't have as much flexibility as they may have had years ago. But it's not something, we're not a charter city. I'm not an expert in that area, and we'd have to look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions, staff, at this time? Okay, Tim?
If I may, you made a comment about park maintenance issues. That isn't in the scope here. This is about recreation programming only.
No, we
That
brought up
wasn't-
all
That
of
wasn't
parks.
in the motion. That's why it's not included here. So if
But
there's,
no, I thought we talked
there's
about
different
it.
direction, we need to
Okay,
reinsert
I'll
that
go
into
watch the motion, because I thought we said all, you know, everything we talked about, which included operations from Park and Rec.
When you watch that video, you'll see some clarification from staff asking if you just wanted recreation, and the answer was yes from the majority. So that's why.
Okay, so then if I want to look at
Maintenance-
operations, I need to bring up, can I bring it up tonight so that it gets included?
I would say yes, just so we can get some good direction quickly, and then we'd have to come back with a revised
Because, I mean,
scope at the next meeting.
the senior center is just a small portion. It's a big department we've talked about a lot that's having issues. And operations is a big part of it. And I would say the last 3 years, the maintenance on our parks has gone downhill. We've gotten a lot of feedback. So, yeah, I would like it included, because we get a lot of emails about our parks and issues going on. And I don't know how else to fix it if we don't bring up another agenda item, but if we're doing this, let's just put it in here and get it all done with.
And sorry.
I'm reading your agenda item right now, and it specifically talks about senior center operational assessment and citywide recreational customer satisfaction survey. Where my concern is, if you add it tonight, is that there could be people that are interested in discussing the park side of things, and they wouldn't know you'd be talking about that because
Well,
the
you
focus
just said
here.
citywide recreational, so citywide recreational includes citywide parks.
So we have 2 divisions in the Parks and Recreation Department. One oversees all the recreation programming, and one oversees all the parks and landscaping, LL&Ds, and maintenance programming. All the discussions were about that, at least in the motion. I know you had said something about something general, but when it got to the motion, that wasn't included.
But if it's citywide rec, why can't we just, to me, it's all, I was
Rec
never
is-
told it's two.
Rec
I
is
was-
one division.
I think if we're going to have meetings, I think you should say, Jovita, you're saying this, I'm not going to include it in the motion. Are you okay with that? Because this happens all the time. You boondoggle us every single time.
So the item in front of us is this item. I do have a question, but Vice Mayor, you had a question.
I do.
Mayor, before you continue, I don't like being treated with disrespect in a council meeting, and I request that not continue.
So I'll have to wait until after this item, I believe, Damien, before I can address.
It would be better to stick with this item, Mr. Mayor, and go on from there after that.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I would like to ask that the consultant be proactively given a link to the meeting where the bulk of the discussion happened, because so much of what I read in the consultant RFP was very contextual. And so I'd like to make sure that all of the information and all the background and the context of the discussion is made available. Whether the person chooses to view it or not, I'd like for us to offer, this is where you can watch this discussion to learn more about the content behind what's going on here. Thank you.
Yes, that will be provided to them.
I think it might be helpful to add on E2. I thought it was really helpful in our agenda review that we're moving over to TerraCare. So would that help some of the issues at the parks? Can you talk more about what you talked about changing over on our landscape company?
So on the consent calendar, you approved a contract amendment with TerraCare, and they have now assumed some of the work that was done by a second party that we noted in the staff report. We're entirely happy with their service delivery. So it's all under one contract, both our parks maintenance, landscape medians, and any weed abatement areas, and any LL&AD areas. And Bruce, if I left anything out of that contract, that's now covered all by TerraCare.
Yes, all those areas are now going to be covered under TerraCare. So we had several out of compliances and issues with with another contractor that we had that was part of that staff report. And that is now being moved over to TerraCare moving forward.
And I know that may seem a little off topic, but it may resolve some of the issues that we're seeing in some of the landscaping and some of the maintenance at the parks, that we now have TerraCare, one global company maintaining it. So that might be helpful.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will go to public comments. Margaret?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comment from those in the chambers, followed by Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And I have no written public comments on this item, and I see no hands raised in Zoom, and I have no speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion on this item.
I'd like to make a clarifying comment. I don't think it's disrespectful that I feel like I was boondoggled, and I'm saying it because I don't want it to happen again. I want, when I make a motion and I'm under the assumption something's happening, and this has happened
Council
before.
member.
So that's the only thing. It's like, I felt like I was boondoggled.
That is not part of this item, and so. Is there any further discussion regarding this item?
Can I make a motion?
Do I have a motion? Yes.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to authorize staff to issue a request for proposals.
A second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, before we move into item G2, I want to quickly bring back to the council's attention something that all of us have had much training on. We've had discussions on. We've had private training, public work group training. And it's something that I have been approached by many residents in the community over a period of time who were very concerned about the deportment and behavior of our council over a period of time. And so I wanted to read the City of Brentwood Ethics and Conduct Policy. And the reason I'm doing this is, and I believe every one of you know, I highly respect each one of you. and I care greatly for each one of you. The care and the time that you have invested to make our community and our families safer, better, is something that is a matter of public record and obvious to anybody that sees you in the community. My concern is, and it's more than my concern, it's the concern of many in our community, is that if we operate outside of our ethics and conduct policy, not only do we open ourselves up to unnecessary litigation, but we also don't represent our residents with the level of professionalism and pride that we should. We have core values of integrity, passion, accountability, respect, quality. I'm going to read some of these. I'm not going to read a whole lot of it, but just some bullet points for integrity. I'm honest with my fellow elected officials, city staff, members of the community, and others. I do not promise what I believe to be unrealistic. I'm prepared to make unpopular decisions when my sense of the public's best interest requires it. I credit others' contributions to moving our community's interests forward. I do not knowingly use false or inaccurate information to support my position or views. I safeguard my ability to make independent, objective, fair, and impartial judgments by scrupulously avoiding financial and social relationships and transactions that I may compromise or give the appearance of compromising objectivity, independence, and honesty. I do the right thing, even when no one is looking. I use my title only when conducting official business for information purposes or as an indication of background and expertise, carefully considering whether I'm exceeding or appearing to exceed my authority. I do not accept gifts, services, or other special considerations for personal benefit because of my public position. I excuse myself from participating in decisions when my or my immediate family's financial interest may be affected by my city's actions. I do not give special treatment or consideration to any individual or group beyond that available to any other individual. I refrain from disclosing confidential information concerning litigation, personnel, property, or other affairs of the city without proper legal authority, nor use such information to advance my financial or other personal interests. I demonstrate concern for the proper use of city assets such as personnel, time, property, equipment, and funds, and follow established procedures. I honor commitments, keep promises, and build trust. When it comes to passion, and there's no lack of that on this council, I promote meaningful public involvement in the city's decision-making processes. I approach my responsibilities, and work-related relationships with zeal and a positive attitude. I provide friendly, receptive, and courteous service to everyone. I am attuned to and care about the needs and issues of the people of Brentwood, public officials, and city staff. In my interactions with my constituents, I am interested, engaged, and responsive. I strongly convey the city's care for and the commitment to the people of Brentwood. I exhibit a proactive, innovative approach to setting goals and conducting city's business. I show pride and enthusiasm for the city of Brentwood. I will represent the official policies and positions of the city to the best of my ability when designated for this purpose. I am self-motivated and work to motivate others. I continually strive to do better, and I persevere through failures. When it comes to accountability, it says I take responsibility for all that I do. I'm responsible for my actions and accept the consequences of my actions. I do not make promises on behalf of my colleagues without their concurrence at a duly noticed public meeting. I treat all persons, claims, and transactions in a fair and equitable manner, and I make decisions based on the merits of the issue. I receive substantive information that is relevant to a matter under consideration from sources outside the public decision-making process, and I publicly share it with my colleagues and staff. I work to contribute to a strong organization that exemplifies transparency and open communication. I do not use public resources such as city staff time, equipment, supplies, or facilities for private gain or personal purposes. I make decisions after prudent consideration of their financial impact, taking into account long-term financial needs of the city, especially its financial stability. I am a prudent steward of public resources and actively consider the impact of my decisions on the financial and social stability of the city and its residents. I just have a couple more. I know we have a long agenda, but there's very little more important than letting our community understand our duty and our obligation to them that we take very seriously. Respect. I treat my fellow officials, staff, and the public with patience, courtesy, and civility, even when we disagree on what is best for the community. I understand that I am one of 5 members of the City Council and will work towards consensus building and gain value from diverse opinions. I respect the distinction between the role of office holder and staff. I involve staff in meetings with individuals, those with business before the city, officials from other agencies, and legislators to ensure proper staff support and to keep staff informed. I conduct myself in a courteous and respectful manner at all times during the performance of my official city duties. If I have a concern about the performance of a city employee, I will not express it in public, to the employee directly, or to the employee's manager. Instead, my comments will be made to either city manager or city attorney as appropriate. I support a healthy personal and professional balance for myself and staff. I encourage full participation of all persons and groups. I engage in effective two-way communication by listening carefully, asking questions, and determining an appropriate response which adds value to conversations. I value and recognize my colleagues, staff, and public for their unique skills, talents, and perspectives. I respect the governmental process and will perform my duties in accordance with the rules of order established by the City Council governing the deliberation of public policy issues, meaningful involvement of the public, and implementation of decisions. There's a typo there. And quality, the highest degree of excellence. I strive to keep the city as a municipal leader and work to ensure that we hire, promote, and retain high-caliber employees. I act in an efficient manner, making decisions based on research and facts, taking into consideration the city's short and long-term goals. I follow through in a responsible way, keeping others informed and responding in a timely fashion. I'm aware of and follow established city processes and guidelines. I represent the people of Brentwood to the best of my ability, and I keep my professional knowledge and skills current and growing. I promote intelligent and thoughtful innovation in order to forward the city's policy agenda and city services. I endeavor to produce excellent work that moves the city forward in a positive direction, and I consider, understand, and manage risk as I make decisions. I will base my decisions on the merits and substance of the matter at hand rather than on unrelated considerations. We have a list of many pages of what these protocols, rules, and procedures and conduct policies are. And we've got to operate this business meeting in a professional and respectful manner. I understand that there is a lot of sometimes frustration, passion, angst, even anger. But this dais is not the place to take care of those items with our 2 employees or to address any other employees in a disrespectful way or in a way that could be perceived as negative or threatening or any other thing that creates an environment that they feel attacked, embarrassed, or any other thing that we can. It's our job to do the business that is agendized here in a professional way. And then if we have concerns, and there will always be opportunity to address those concerns in a reasonable, professional, and business-like manner away from the dais. We also need to treat each other, and there has been vast improvement in that. But we've got to treat each other with the respect that the seat that you are sitting in, by the very nature that you're sitting in it, you have earned that respect. Not just as a person, but as a representative of our community. And I will treat you with the utmost respect. And I would appreciate, and I believe that you all will do this as well, that you will treat each other with the utmost respect. Because our residents deserve to be able to be proud of every single one of us that literally represent them. And I really appreciate, again, if you haven't done this job, you don't understand the amount of sacrifice, work, time away from family, thousands of hours of research and reading, time with residents in the community, time with state, federal, and local officials trying to find out the best way to accomplish what is best for our families. Every single one of our council members have given more than can be measured in doing that. And I greatly appreciate that. I don't want the efforts and the positive movement that we've made in a community as a whole and as a council as a whole to be hindered by a perception that is not true. And so I'm asking for us to refamiliarize ourselves with these policies and implement them during every council meeting. Thank you. Now we'll move into item G2.
Mr. Mayor, before you move to item G2, we have a lot of people who are still sitting here that may be wanting to hear item H, and I saw them with small children. We've moved things in advance of the calendar. I'm asking if we can move item H up. There was a request from someone at the podium. I would appreciate if we can move it forward.
I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay. Okay, with the concurrence of council, we'll move into item H for the request for the future agenda item. And since you requested it, Councilmember Pearson? Vice Mayor?
The one I'm presenting is around trilogy. If someone wants to discuss anything besides that, that's a different item. But I recognize that there was a town hall. After the town hall took place, I did have several people reach out with additional questions. I made a list, which I'm happy to share, of the different points from all of the emails and the phone calls and everything else that I received. But in effect, what I'd really like to do is continue the discussion. I don't think the discussion is done. I understand that we're sending the study results and the criteria for stop signs and speed bumps and all the rest of it, speed tables, but I don't think the discussion is done. I did drive out to Trilogy, got out of my car and push the button for the flashing lights. I don't think it's long enough. I'm not sure if that's something that can be extended. I'd also like to see those flashing lights kind of be an alert further in both sides so that when you're driving towards around the curve, you can see a flashing light that in turn means someone is crossing in the future. People were talking about the landscaping. I think there's some good things happening there, but I want to see where that goes. I don't want to finish that conversation. We may end up having to change things a little bit in the medium or the trees. There was a question about speed cameras. There was a question about whether we've taken the new amphitheater into consideration and the increased traffic from the campus. I don't know if the traffic study that's been done or that was done prior to those changes within that area or since. I do know there's a 1.3 mile section on Vineyard Parkway that does not have any kind of a stop sign or a light or anything that's going to mitigate some of the problems we have had. I received some calls about this back in February, and we had at that point, some discussion around it. Speed limit signs, when I was driving through there, I don't see where they are. I mean, my car tells me what the speed is, but I think maybe we can add additional speed limit signs. I'd really like to see an incident report. Let's see. I know that we talked about putting out the device that tracks speed, and I don't know how long that's going to be out there for, if it can periodically be reintroduced into the community. Someone did mention the fact that the pedestrian flashing lights are only on the one side. But I don't know if it necessarily means the other side needs an additional set, or like I said, if further down the road on both sides, there is more of an alert that you will soon be reaching someone who can't, necessarily get across the way. And did I mention the speed cameras? Because I don't know if that was a feasible mitigation. And I think that might be it. But again, the biggest thing is I want to make sure we're continuing the discussion we've had. It sounds like all of us have had conversations with Trilogy residents. And I think obviously there's a lot of concern about that. And we need to make sure we're looking at it. I think the amphitheater very definitely will impact, and the school if it hasn't already. I mean, I know we're still kind of getting back into pre-COVID, but we know people speed there. And the speed limit being 35 because we don't have a stop sign, and I understand that if a stop sign is there, then it should be 45, but there are other parts of this conversation we need to have that can just let residents know that we are listening, that we're concerned, and that we can potentially look at other maybe outside the box mitigations to help them feel safer.
Vice Mayor, to add that, would you consider one of the speakers that we heard tonight requested a button on both sides of the road? I don't know if that is.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to when I was standing there and pushing the button, and it seemed like it wasn't long enough, especially if you're talking about people with mobility issues. One of our residents that came out, her sister crosses that road and has disabilities. And so I think we really need to look at that, whether it means an additional or, again, just a longer period of time. Yes, but I did have one other point, but I don't want to forget.
Which is fine. If you can make your point because it's your future agenda item, and then if the council, when it comes back, wants to add things, that would be the appropriate time to add, not right now.
Okay. I did want to mention I don't know if there's a chance of using some of the $100,000 state grant for traffic safety. There's a way of using some of those funds toward making these improvements. And if I forgot anything, hopefully I can make a mention of it at some point too, if it's related to what I've already discussed. But whether that means, stop signs or four-way traffic lights or whatever it is, I think we just need to really look into it more. We've done some Band-Aids, and I think we need a real fix.
If two people bring it up, like I want the same exact things as an agenda item, can it be on the next agenda? Like, right, doesn't that the rule, like if two people?
So your policy outlines how two people can make requests and try to expedite that. It's not verbally, it's written, but my staff and I just talked today based on the emails we saw coming in. We already discussed potentially coming back to you with a workshop in January. If you follow your process exactly, this may take longer. We do want to talk about all of the impacts, all the accidents, but also all of the mitigation policies that not everybody's familiar with, and just walk everybody through that. So we're actually thinking the council meeting may not be the best forum, but would invite the council and all the community that wants to attend and can talk through it more freely and really get down to the nuts and bolts of what can be done and how quickly we can get it done. We have to respect the process that's based on 50 plus years of science, but we also want to respect the emotion and the issues that are heavily focused on doing something now. So we've talked about doing a workshop already in January, if that works. But if you want to continue with this item, it may take a little longer.
I think one of the things too is that we need to make sure that whatever traffic or speed study has been done was done more recently, since those two other big factors are that impact the speed along the road. Those are all taken into consideration. I've also been asked to host a town hall there at Trilogy myself. So I'm definitely want to make sure I'm up to date on, I'll be reading all the attachments you've sent out and everything, but however it's best, they just had a town hall and a lot of people felt like there was more discussion to be had. So I just want to make sure if we do this again, that we do look at outside the box solutions that are not necessarily part of what the criteria for speed tables are, for example. I just want to look at other things. Again, lengthening the flashing lights is not necessarily an obvious mitigation, but maybe that would help.
Yeah, no, that's great feedback that maybe that timing isn't long enough. And we heard some of that feedback at the town hall as well, that senior citizens may take a little longer to get across the street than others, and so want to respect that with the right timing. So we're definitely looking at that already. But if you'd like to just characterize your future agenda request as schedule a workshop on all things traffic and issues and solutions, we can certainly get that done a little quicker.
Honestly, I have some mixed feelings about that. Does anyone have feedback?
Yeah, I would
Can I
like-
ask for
I would
feedback or
like-
no? I
For
can't.
my future agenda item, I would like just an update next week on what's going on, because we hear about all this stuff going on, but we never communicate the details. So maybe the next meeting is just, this is what we're doing, this is what's next steps. Because there's a lot of concern, a lot. Someone lost a life, and I mean, I'm all about data, but sometimes you got to look beyond the data and see what's going on with the people. And I think this is one of those cases. So I think the sooner, if we could, I would like to double up on hers and bring it back next time for an update of what exactly is happening behind the scenes.
And I think of that as long as we can still use it to continue the discussion. And yes, Damien.
And yes, I'm hearing the discussion right now. So, and I've heard two separate future agenda items. One, Vice Mayor Meyer, your lengthy one of things that you specifically like to talk about. Then Councilmember Mendoza had a separate one asking for an update of just what's going on. And I think I would view those as two separate ones.
Okay.
And then staff can decide how they want to do that.
So I'm not clear on the what's going on one. What,
Well,
the
you said
Solera
you said you're
accident?
doing all of this work in the background, so just spell it out for everyone. What exactly are you going out? I've had people go, oh, we have books, we read books, but what exactly is the data telling you? And why does the data tell you not to do something or do something? Because we get told, oh, the data, but we're never told the data, right? So in my mind, it's like, that meme you see with Julia Roberts and all the numbers floating around. Like, I want to see it, and I want residents to see it, and I want them to understand, because right now, I think this intersection's been going on for over a year that they've been complaining or something like that, and we haven't paid attention. And I think we need to figure out what's going on here, because the next step is going to be Sand Creek and O'Hara. So,
Well, I wouldn't say we're not paying attention. We've done traffic studies.
Well, I'm saying they're feeling like they're
The
feeling like
volume
they're not
actually
paying attention.
dropped after the college opened. It was a surprise to everybody. So we'll share those data points and studies with you all, and you'll hopefully that'll help understand it better.
Yeah, and I say that because I got calls from the town hall where some of them felt like they still weren't being heard even after the town hall. So, I mean, I would like an update. If someone else wants an update at the next meeting, just to understand where we are and what the next steps are, I think our community would really, really benefit from that.
So I think maybe what this looks like is my agenda item with the list. It looks like, Damien, that you were writing things down, but if not, I can certainly email if that would help, or read this big, long list.
The list has all been recorded. If you
okay.
recall, this process is just one of you makes your future agenda request, and then we move to the next person. And so we shouldn't be having a discussion on all this, but I do need to look at staff to make sure they understand the two requests and if they have any questions about them.
Okay.
If we're following policy, the request tonight doesn't mean it comes back on the next meeting. It comes back on the next meeting to give direction to come back at a future meeting. So I was trying to circumvent that and go faster, not slower. So we'll try to get you more information as quickly as possible based on what we've heard tonight.
But if you get an email from two council people, then it'll be on the next meeting.
Based on if we have time to put it together, that's correct. So the policy outlines if the city manager and the staff involved can put it together quick enough, it could be on that December 12th agenda. We do have a heavy agenda coming because, again, only one regular meeting in December. If we can make that meeting, great. If not, it'll be in January.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I do have a future agenda item request. I definitely would like for us to issue a proclamation in support of all humanity and peace, everything that we had talked about, anti-Islamophobe, whatever, how you, we have a community that is made up of many different cultures, backgrounds, and ethnicities. And as a city council, I believe we do need to make sure that every single one of our residents feels appreciated, loved, and safe here and supported. And so if we could word it as such, I would really appreciate that because I want to make sure that every single family member, every single individual in our community understands that they are equally valuable as anyone else. And every single person has immense value simply because they are a living person. And if we could have that, I would really appreciate it.
Well, Mr. Mayor kind of stole mine, but I was going to make a future agenda item request for anti-Islamophobe, but also a resolution to encourage peace in the Middle East and here in the U.S. So I'd like to add that to it.
And that would be a separate item.
Yes.
And I have a separate one. I didn't come in here thinking I was going to ask for what I'm going to ask for because I'm like, I'm Brentwood. Like, what do I can't do anything. I'm just Brentwood. And one of the young ladies came up and said, you know, if every single city asked for something, the federal government would listen. And I honestly did not think I was going to come in here and say this, but also my daughter, one of my daughter's best friends, who is Palestinian at Heritage High, got horrible text from someone because she's Palestinian. So I can't call for I can't make a ceasefire happen, right? I can't make people stop kidnapping women in Mexico, but I can say it that I support a ceasefire. So I would like to make an agenda item that we as a city do all of these things, but we also want war to stop and we want a ceasefire. And yeah, I did not think I was going to come in here wanting that, but after hearing our residents ask us to do it, I have to listen to them. And the one young lady who said, you know, if every single city in the United States did it, it would make a difference. So I know some people try to quiet us, but sometimes we just can't. So that's my agenda item.
Clarification, it sounded like the mayor and Councilmember Pearson's were very similar. Those could be one proclamation, but if it's going to ceasefire, is that a second proclamation that's different, that you'd vote on either one or both? Or do you want to see if I can combine that into one?
I'd like it to be a different one.
Different, okay.
I can't make a comment because that would be a discussion.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting concerned about. So I don't know if I'm hearing I think I'm hearing three separate resolutions.
Okay, on item H, is there
Actually,
any?
before we move
Yes.
on that one, I just want to clarify with staff. Is the intent from staff that you're going to prepare three separate resolutions, or is the intent you're going to ask the council to have a discussion on where to spend staff time and resources on resolutions? So I think as the rules are written, you probably have the ability to do either one of those. But I just want to make sure that we're clear on what direction we're going to go there.
Yeah, and as I shared earlier under staff comments, I can also put some agenda items on and was thinking I could get it ready for the December 12th for your consideration. Now with these variations, it does complicate it a little bit. So if there's some consensus that maybe it's 2 instead of 3.
Can I just say for the economy for the city, my recommendation as a council member would be that you ask for clarity when we have the opportunity to discuss rather than prepare anything for the next council. That will give us time to consider what we want to think about our own, and then we would have the opportunity to discuss each other's and make a determination at the time if we would like to combine or keep them separate.
We could do that. We could also have a draft one for you, and then you amend it in the meeting to what language you feel comfortable with, and then adopt it then too, unless you want to wait till January, because otherwise that 2-step process has December 12th authorizing us to spend time on it, and then we bring it back in January. I was trying to again speed that up.
I prefer not to violate our rules in this moment and have a discussion, because that would, for me to answer your question, I need to have a discussion. And I'd prefer to be consistent in how we practice. So I prefer the latter, and that we just wait till next week to have a discussion to be able to tell you if we can combine them or keep them separate. But that's just mine as one of 5.
Yeah, I think a discussion is important because a ceasefire is a big thing to ask for. So what exactly are we going to ask for? And I would like to just be short and sweet on mine, but someone might want to add some other stuff. I want to just be very clear, right? So I think we can have a discussion on how everyone else feels about it.
Sounds like we'll bring back 3 separate ones to say which one do you want to move forward with, or all 3 move forward with, and we'll come back in January with proclamations.
So for the people that are here, can we clarify? So what's happening is we ask for something today, it'll come back next time, and then we can all talk amongst ourselves, and we can get public comment from you. And then it'll come back a third time, yeah, so 1, 2, 3, with the final suggested resolution proclamation from staff.
Okay, are there any further future agenda item requests? Okay, seeing none, we will move back to item G2. This item is related to the general plan conservation and open space element, and Eric Nothenius will present. Eric.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. Thank you. I do have a presentation on this one. It's a follow-up item to something the council discussed early last year. But since it's been a while and it was prior to both Councilmember Pearson and Councilmember Orlemans joining the council, I'm going to kind of go back to the basics a little bit and explain kind of how the general plan is organized and structured, and then we'll kind of funnel it down at the end to the conservation and open space element specifically. So the general plan was comprehensively updated in 2014. It's organized into what are called elements or chapters. Many of those are mandated by state law, and two of those elements are conservation and open space. The state does identify those elements separately, but it's very common for cities and counties to combine them into a single element since there tends to be a fair amount of overlap between them. This is the way that Brentwood has organized its general plan over the years, including the current version, and the conservation and open space element is identified as Chapter 4. So each element or chapter includes an overview that's followed by a series of goals, policies, and actions. A goal is a description of a general desired result that the community seeks to create. A policy is a specific statement that guides decision-making as the city works to achieve various goals and objectives. And an action is an implementation measure, a procedure, a technique, or a specific program that's undertaken by the city to help achieve a specified goal or implement an adopted policy. Chapter 12 of the general plan specifically addresses implementation of all actions, and each of those actions is assigned a relative priority level. Level A implies the action will be implemented in approximately 1 to 5 years. Level B implies implementation in approximately 5 to 10 years. And level C indicates implementation in approximately 10 to 20 years. Many of the other actions in the general plan are referenced as ongoing. That means they're either already being undertaken by the city or they're expected to continue on a periodic or perpetual basis. There are a total of 47 actions contained within the conservation and open space element. 13 of those are designated as level A, 9 are level B, 1 is level C, and 24 are ongoing. Most of the actions that are designated as either levels A, B, or C have either not been started or only partial progress has been made. Many of the actions that are remaining to be implemented will require both staff and financial resources, which makes them a little bit difficult to definitively schedule. It's important to keep in mind that this particular element, to keep this particular element in perspective relative to the rest of the general plan. And that's because the implementation schedule for the general plan addresses actions not only within this element, but within every other element as well. And so the general plan was created with a comprehensive perspective on the work of implementing ultimately the entire document. So it represents a balance of a variety of factors, including staff time, funding, community priority, and difficulty of implementation, among other things. So as I referenced at the beginning, the council discussed this item at length early last year, but there was no consensus on how to prioritize the various actions. At that time, a large portion of the council's discussion focused on how to protect parks and open space from future development. That resulted in staff prioritizing the preparation of what ended up being Measure Q, and which was subsequently adopted by the voters last November. To assist with tonight's discussion, staff prepared 2 versions of the implementation table from Chapter 12 of the general plan. One is ordered by priority level, and the other is ordered by relative ease of implementation. So the general plan, when it was adopted, that table is basically organized by element. So it starts with the circulation element, works all the way through the safety element. The two tables that I just referenced, again, those are modified versions. One is basically all the A items in the conservation open space element, and all the B items and the C items. And then this newer table, which was just recently created, was basically a way of trying to generate some discussion amongst the council in terms of these are some of the items that staff thinks could be handled relatively quickly at relatively minimal cost. So the recommendation from staff is for the council to provide direction in terms of how these various actions should be prioritized. Staff would then coordinate with other departments, potentially consultants as well, as necessary, and come back to the council with a formal scope of work and a budget to implement. I do want to point out that if the council determines that changes to actions themselves are needed, for example, deleting one or more of them, modifying their text, or adding new ones even, then a formal amendment to the element would be required. That concludes staff's presentation. Happy to answer any questions, and I will turn it back to the mayor at this point. Thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff regarding this item? Seeing none, at this time, we'll open public comments. Margaret?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from those participating in the chambers first, then those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And I received no written public comments on this item. And I see no hands raised and I have no speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion.
Yeah,
Councilmember
so
Mendoza.
action BOS 4F, explore revising Title 17 of the Brentwood Municipal Code to include the standards for creek setbacks and the protection of riparian habitat along creek corridors. The standard should include minimum setbacks, it's page 728. Site design standards and requirements for the ongoing maintenance. Should we do that now since we're reviewing zoning and that's part of the same chapter? Since we're doing the zoning, should we add that?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, COS 4F.
Page 728.
Right.
On top.
That's a possibility. I know there was the workshop earlier tonight
Yeah.
that focused on other specific types of items. I don't know if Alexis, you had input on how it might relate to that.
I think that's absolutely possible. It's not really a land use question. It's just more codifying, creating specific creek setbacks and putting them in our code. So we can certainly make that a part of the effort just for efficiency's sake, if that's council's interest.
I mean,
It's just not necessarily a land use question, but it is Title 17.
Okay.
A lot of what I have, if it's okay, is more discussion than question. But one of the things that isn't specifically called out here is our rankings with the Contra Costa County climate leaders. And I know we've got a few different staff, Eric and Casey, who have been involved in some of the meetings that they hold around what cities can do to improve their rankings. And I know this isn't the priority. The rankings aren't the number one thing that's driving us. But of course, the climate action plan that we'd like to eventually implement is outside of our budget. And so in looking at some of these smaller things, we've talked about the low-hanging fruit. There are quite a few things that we have done in recent years, especially that I think would improve our rankings. Currently, we're ranked 17 out of 19. So there is some room for improvement, but if there is the ability, if there's the staff availability to present some of these to the 4CL, I do think that we could have our rankings changed. I mean, one of the biggest ones, the Measure Q, the preservation of open space, it's huge. It feels to me like what we could do to impact that ranking might also be something that benefits our residents and understanding that we are working towards conservation and open plan improvements, that we're looking at trying to reduce our greenhouse gases. And I think honestly that it would help our economic development. If we're talking about bringing businesses into our innovation center and we're doing top of the line kind of innovation when it comes to climate supporting and greenhouse gases reduction, I think those are really good things. I think things like the connection of the McCollum Trail there's a discussion on trails. There's a discussion around supporting the preservation of agricultural lands. And we just approved the Ag Innovation Center, which will have community gardens, protected ag land, and marketing assistance and economic support for local farmers. Those are all mentioned. In addition, I think we really should focus on getting our website, our dedicated webpage set up, because a lot of the things that are happening here, and I have a long list. I told Tim I would send it, I haven't sent it yet, could be seen on there as ongoing improvements and ongoing focus in these areas that I think our residents would find really, they would appreciate it. And we've got a lot of kids, a lot of students that are really interested in this work. And I would like for people to see, I'd like for our residents to see that we're doing this work. There are a lot of things on here that are a little bit more expensive, a little bit further down the line. But I mean, the things that we're currently implementing in larger capacity, the purple pipe water to landscape commercial businesses, those kind of things. I think we've got a lot of things that we can really promote currently on the web page to talk about the work that's being done. Obviously, we've got a ways to go to get towards climate action plan, and that's down the road. But there are things that we're doing that should be noted. And again, I do think, I don't know if Darren agrees with me, but I do think this could also help economic development. If people are seeing that we're trying to be innovative in this area, maybe they'll want to bring their businesses here. So there's a lot on that. I did ask about the policy on plastics, understanding though that there's more coming down from the state than we're doing at a city level, because those are going to pretty much take over anyway. The original comments from 4CL were that Brentwood's 2014 general plan was one of the best general plans on addressing climate crisis. So I know Eric is smiling. Yeah, we have some things we need to do, but I know that's what tonight is for. I just think I don't want to lose track of the fact that there are some good things happening, and I think we should make note of those and make them public so that our residents understand that there's a lot of progress being made. I don't know if anybody wants to go through these and has some priorities, but I do think the website's an easy one to get things going.
Yeah. Also, we're going to redo our design standards. So on page 731, there's action CO6-6B about design guidelines for design guidelines for remodels. So can we just incorporate that during our design guideline revamping? Like, can we just include it there in the work that we're doing there? Because I mean, I think it would be very similar. We want similar guidelines with our remodels than our new houses. We wouldn't want them to be subpar. So to me, that would be kind of just mirroring what we're already doing in our new construction.
Yeah, so this is specifically about historic preservation, so for potentially historic residences. So there's, we can certainly include those in our objective design standards. Those are often governed by the state, Section 106 preservation and all that. But there's no reason we couldn't incorporate a specific subset for potentially historic resources in our objective design standards and also in our design guidelines.
Okay. That's good. And then the other one, the hillsides and grading comes up a lot when we have new developments. And I know we always try to work towards not grading. On this one, I guess we can't just say no grading. It needs to be very specific. Is that what we need to do here? We just can't say no grading?
Well, a council could adopt a no grading. What it means is you're not developing a hillside or a hilltop, right?
Yeah.
You can do that, but you have to define it, right? So it does get very precise in terms of dimensions, slopes. So you have to define the hillside and then say anything that meets that definition cannot be touched. Okay, so it can be done, but it's not so simple as just like not touching a hillside. You really have to define what that is and get really precise, or developers, again, because of the way the state law works, will just say that doesn't apply to their project.
Is there other cities that have this implemented right now that we could leverage what they're doing?
Yeah, many cities have hillside preservation policies. What cities have best practices, I don't know off the top of my head, but many cities have hillside grading policies that we could look to.
Yeah, I think that one, if we could just benchmark what other cities are doing, that one comes up a lot with residents. They don't want our hillsides graded, so maybe doing something there.
And so part of this discussion is to prioritize and see how you want to do that. So is that something you want to see as part of the zoning code update or brought back as a separate, because we're trying to come up with a work plan and a work program tonight. And so we can put that in the list, and if council wants to consider a discussion on how they want, whether they want staff to do that and how you want us to address it.
Is that better to have it in the zoning update since we have a consultant already working on it? Or no?
Well, we already have some hillside language in the general plan
Yeah.
and the zoning code, so it would just be a matter, I'm not sure if there's anything in the subdivision ordinance or anywhere else, but, so it would be just a matter of seeing what we have and if it's acceptable to council or if it needs to be fine-tuned or changed, right? So we don't necessarily have a separate standalone policy that you would call a hillside preservation policy, if that's, that sounds like what
So we
you're.
have it, but we just don't have it, like, we have it in different little pieces, just not defined.
Yeah, and it's not as directed towards preservation of a hillside as what it sounds like is what you're interested in.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess we're all gonna want different things. I mean, I guess we have to say, like, you have some that were important to you. I mean, which ones are important to Councilman Orlemans, the mayor, and Councilwoman Pearson, right? Because, I mean, mine's always gonna be around land use, right? Like, we know that that's where my brain goes. So, in the hillsides. So, I don't know how we organize it.
Well, I'm sorry, Alexis. I had exactly the same question worded more poorly than she asked. But what's the best way to put more teeth in that? And my concerns really are what we're facing as a city, what all cities are facing from the state. And you're the experts in how best to get ahead of that curve or not as far behind the curve wherever we are as possible. Which way would be the best way to put more teeth in it most effectively, considering the amount of staff time that's going to be taken in everything else?
So there are very few hillsides in Brentwood, first of all. There's very few undeveloped areas of the city where a hillside preservation policy could apply going forward. If the council wanted to adopt one, it would only apply to projects that aren't currently in the pipeline or currently deemed complete. So if you're sort of looking at what's the most effective use of time and resources, there aren't that many projects that would apply to going forward. It's not to say that it wouldn't be good to have one. It wouldn't be good to have something that is written in a way that it's not open to interpretation. But if you're asking for bang for your buck, so to speak, there aren't that many projects, hardly any, that would apply to going forward just by the nature of Brentwood's topography. So we can do a similar exercise tonight with this table that we did sort of in the workshop, and, council, if that's the council priority, we would fit that into our work plan and come back. If we needed extra money to work on it or extra time, we would come back and report all that to you. But in terms of that particular item, it's certainly something we can do. It's just not going to apply to very, very many projects going forward.
You know which one I'm thinking about is the Measure L land, right? Like, that is where we probably have a really nice topography. So if we could write it in a way that preserves that, because that's going to come back someday, right? So,
yes, so any policy we write would have to be written objectively, and it would have to be, it could only be applied in a way that would not preclude the development of housing in the density that the general plan might allow, right? It would not reduce the overall density of potential development of the site. So it's possible, but we really have to look at the language and what the potential impact would be on a yield for any particular property to make sure that we could recommend council adopt it. So it's certainly an exercise that we can do.
I think I'm in alignment with the mayor. Sometimes there's an ask from us, but I kind of defer to you all in your expertise as what is more of a priority. That being said, when I looked at this, some of the things that I'm pulling out that I consistently see before us that I think would be of urgent concern. One, we just talked about municipal code updates. So for me, COS 2F, which would be an update of municipal code 17.730, and COS 9E, which is also a municipal code update of 17.630. It would do me great honor before whenever my time here on this dais that we can update as much of the municipal code that we can. It would make me happy. What I didn't see though, and I guess I have a question and I have some other ones that I'd like to add, was there any time or costs associated with, I know there's time, but I didn't see it on there to do the municipal code updates. And if so, is there, I know it's staff time, is there an estimate of time? Because you all also are working on the zoning code update. You're also working on getting everything for our housing element, design standards, right? And the list goes on and on and on. It would be nice to know that one. So that's question number one. And I'll give you time to answer, and then I have more.
So you're just talking about specific municipal code updates in this table, what the costs are?
For particularly COS 2F and COS 9E, I didn't see an estimate of time for either one of them, and I just wanted to make sure we're not overwhelming you all, keeping in mind that the municipal code for me is a great priority to update.
Sure. So COS 2F is continue to implement, periodically review and update as necessary, the agricultural preservation program.
Okay.
So, and I think Eric would agree, we haven't felt that that particular code was necessary to update.
Okay.
Because we use it regularly in, in development projects that are coming forward unless council felt different. That's why there's not necessarily a cost associated with that because we use it regularly, so we're quote unquote reviewing it periodically, and we don't feel that there's a necessary update at this point.
How about 9E? Thank you for that one.
So 9E at the very end. Let me get there. So we have our water efficient landscape ordinance. We have the WELO, as you call it. We have design guidelines and plant lists and all that. So that's another one where we feel it's done. We've checked it off.
Great.
It's implemented. So no need to update there unless council feels otherwise.
Okay, so the ones that I wanted to go back to that I thought were, because we keep looking at the CEQA thresholds, COS 3C, I think it would be big for us on COS 9D for the business development use of non-potable water for landscaping. And I have to agree with Vice Mayor Meyer that I think COS 4I, COS 8F, and 9F all relate back to the updates on our website that look like as far as estimates of time would be fairly easy.
So I'm sorry, you went through the list really quickly.
Oh, I'm
And so
sorry.
I had the last three, but I think there was three more.
Oh, yeah. COS 3C, the CEQA thresholds.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's of great importance. The COS 9D, business and development use of non-potable water for landscaping, I would say is high priority. COS 2F, unless that's been implemented, I don't know. It might be one of those that's been implemented.
Yes.
Implemented, right? I
Mhm.
think so, okay. Never mind on that one. And then the last three are 4I, 8F, and 9F, which all have to do with the web conservation page
Right.
on the website, among other web updates.
Thank you.
Excuse me? Oh,
Vice Mayor?
A couple of questions that I did not note the action number that was associated, so my apologies there. But one of the questions would be around climate justice and discussion of Healthy Place Index and work around equity. Where does that fit in to here? And if it isn't, can we add it?
So I don't think, I haven't seen a climate justice related policy in the general plan. The Healthy Places Index was a previous council future agenda item request that you authorized us. So we're already working on that. We're trying to figure out internally where to fit that in with either the specific plan update or as a separate item by itself.
Okay.
So staff's already spending time on that. It was if you remember, the displacement and the Healthy Places.
Yeah.
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 So-
So would there be some overlap though with this? I mean, if once we do that work, can that be, I mean, like checking a box, right?
Yeah, right, getting some credit for working on that, right?
Because again, it's a very positive community kind of thing that I think our residents would be interested in.
Yeah, so I can't think of one of these policies or goals that's really focused on environmental justice the way it's written.
Okay.
So if we can tie it back to one of these, we certainly will, to show that we've implemented a policy in the general plan. But I don't think environmental justice was on our radar in 2014 when we did this environmental plan. So this is really about conservation of lands, spaces, open space, other environmental aspects, not necessarily the people aspect of interaction with the environment, if that makes sense.
Which is, it's tough because the Healthy Places Index very much talks about
that. Yes.
Yeah.
And
social
so,
determinants of health, basically.
yeah. And so that's definitely more of a modern way of thinking about the environment, and that's way things are moving forward, but that's not necessarily what these policies are addressing. But we are looking at that based on the council's future agenda item request. So I don't know that it dovetails with this, but that's another thing that's in the work program. And we just listed all the projects we're already working on. That's one of them too.
Okay. The other question was around preservation of landscaping, green, like trees and whatever, when development is done. This came up when one of the developments that we discussed in recent months, I asked if there was a policy around that, and I don't believe there was at the time, but I think that feels like it could be incorporated. Basically, like if there are old historic trees within a development before it's built, that we could do what we can to preserve those.
So that's specifically not one of these general plan policies or goals. The city does not have a tree preservation ordinance.
Yeah, and I remember hearing that, but I thought maybe that's something that can be worded in with something that's already looking at some sort of preservation or.
Is there one that you can think of it would fit into? Yeah. All of these are great ideas and initiatives for the city. They're not necessarily what the general plan goals and policies were written for. So right now, we're sort of just kind of narrowly focused on this table, but that doesn't mean we couldn't do some of those things outside of, just implementing the existing general plan. But they just come with costs and schedules and all of those things. So tree preservation ordinance would take staff time and probably just a little bit of outside consultant time to craft something like that. But it wouldn't necessarily check a box in this table.
Okay, thank
Does
you.
that make sense? Yeah.
Alexis, hopefully dovetailing nicely into the tree preservation and COS 1C, there's rarely a month that goes by that I don't get this question regarding our tree policy in the city of Brentwood, specifically the tree policy between the residential homes and the little green space between the street and the home. Each house is responsible for the tree in that little area. Does this COS 1C cover work towards coming to some updated solution to how those things, because there's conflicting sometimes requirements there. What do we do with the sidewalks that buckle? Is it an ADA compliance issue? Who's responsible for the overhanging limbs? How far are they? All of those different things that I know you hear about constantly, I hear about constantly. Does this cover some of that?
So I think as it's worded, it's really talking about open space. So those are landscaped areas within the right of way, but I think this is envisioning true open space, right? How the city maintains undeveloped open space within its borders. So street trees, I don't think it's talking about, planter strips and all that, I don't think is what this is envisioning as open space. Yes, that's an issue we all hear about regularly. It's a few of our departments get involved with that regularly. And we do have a street tree ordinance and all of that we and the people have to comply with already. I don't think that answers your question about how to help those folks. I just don't think this policy captures that.
Well, that answered the question I asked anyway, so thank you.
And I'll just add, Mayor, that it is something that has been in the works, some draft versions back and forth over the last few years that we continue to make strides on and eventually bring it before the council to make sure all those different code sections align, where we have public trees and private trees and who's responsible and all those things. It'll overlap a little with the ADA study. It'll overlap a little bit with what community enrichment does. It overlaps with what parks maintenance is maintaining. And so we need to come back with that at some point.
Well, I appreciate us at least letting our community know that if they can look at this and see we're on it, we're working on it. So thank you, I appreciate that. Any further direction on this item?
Do we want to go down the table? Is that what you were recommending?
Well, it's a longish table, so if you want to hit that, I've heard specific policies, if we want to go through and give us majority direction on some of those policies or actions, we can do it that way, or we can scroll through the table if that might spur other, ideas that we haven't talked about
Would
yet.
council prefer to scroll through the table, or?
If I might suggest, your assistant city attorney has been actually keeping a good table format of what you've discussed so far. Maybe start with that as a starting point and then see what's else you'd like to add.
Let's do that.
So I've just jotted down what has been discussed as a sort of ongoing issue. So to the extent staff has indicated that those items have been taken care of or are ongoing items that don't really have an end date, that's not reflected in this table. Margaret, might you share my screen? Oh yeah, I'll make it bigger. I can make it a little bigger and we can go down. And I trust that someone on the dais or Alexis or Eric will correct if I've recorded these wrong. But this is what I've heard so far. Is that what it was? I'm sorry,
EOS 90.
Thank you.
And were we gonna do COS 8C, wait, not that one, sorry, wrong number, the historic one. What number was that?
I think that's number 4, COS 6B.
6B?
That's 9.
Okay,
number
sorry,
6 is
6B.
9D for correction purposes. Thank you.
Okay.
Does this list represent most of what is currently has not been implemented or in progress? Are we missing some things from that? I know there's a lot that's already in progress or implemented.
I think these are primarily items that haven't been implemented or are not ongoing. I have to remind myself what 4I was. Oh, those are the websites.
Yeah.
4I, ADA, yeah.
Yep, exactly. I haven't plugged that in yet.
No, and then the non-potable water for landscaping, what was the ask on that? Incentives for businesses should act on that policy? Okay, thank you.
Where are we in that? Because I know we've done a lot of work in that area.
Yeah, I think it depends on what we would consider an incentive, right? We brought Purple Pipe to folks to promote their use of it. We've expended city funds in capital improvement programs to extend Purple Pipe in places that it isn't currently. So I think we can consider that ongoing from that perspective. If there's additional incentives you want us to, this is kind of a broadly written general plan policy, doesn't really say how to, or what it wants us to do, but you could consider ongoing, or if there's something more specific you want us to do to incentivize the use of potable water, non-potable water, we can think of that in that context, right? I should point out that COS 3C, CEQA thresholds, probably comes with a larger cost than some of these other items and a lot more staff time. That's a big undertaking that it needs to be done, but it is something that's a big work program for the city.
Can we keep that one on the list, but push it at the bottom and move 7 and 9 to the top, since they are easier to address?
And I think to continue that, if we could get an idea of which, the ease of implementation and cost, lower cost items, the lower hanging fruit, quote unquote.
Sure, we could go through this and give you an indication.
Because this list is not that long, so I think it's a little bit more workable to do that.
Yeah, so we can give you an idea of that for each one of these items if you'd like. I think Katie's reordering. Yeah, so thank you so much, Katie, for putting this together.
Absolutely.
The list seems to have grown in number though, so I'm going to stop numbering and just
delete the last three.
Oh, thank you. That's it.
So the first 3 items would have minimal cost. It would just be staff time, and not that much staff time. It would involve IS, community development, and maybe a couple other departments to assemble the information. So that's relatively low-hanging fruit, relatively straightforward. Number 4, there'd be some cost associated with it only if we exceed the budget of the zoning ordinance update, right? So we already have a set budget and a contract for the consultant. So if we can fit that in that budget, there would not be an additional cost to that. But I would just follow up with the consultant, because we went through a list of items tonight, and then this would add to that. But if it fit within that budget, then there would be no cost associated with that, and we would bring that back in the February-March timeline we discussed earlier tonight. Number 5, I think, is similar to the first 3.
I'd like to see those put together.
Yeah, I think that's...
Seems like 5 is more of like a catch-all, but it would be together.
Yeah, so I think those would be, they're all fairly similar. And again, there wouldn't be necessarily an additional cost other than the staff time to put it together. So initially, benchmarking hillside preservation ordinances would be done at staff level, so there wouldn't be necessarily an additional cost initially. There could be a cost depending on what council, how council might want to move forward with that. We might need outside legal, or depending on staffing levels, might need a consultant to put that together for us. But initially, we would just do that at staff level. Given everything that's on our plate right now in the next 3 or 4 months, the priorities are really the zoning and the objective design standards. The housing element is still out there, plus some other items that might be more of a mid-year project for us, given everything else that's on our schedule.
Alexis, could, just a question, the housing element, in any end in sight?
So we resubmitted to HCD 2 weeks ago. They have 60 days to review it. They told us verbally that within 30 days, they would let us know whether they feel there's additional changes needed or it's good to go. So we are hoping and praying that this is our last round of review, but it's in HCD's hands at this moment.
Well, a couple of more of the cities in Contra Costa have gotten theirs approved.
Yes, I know.
And, well, and the reason I'm saying that is
yes.
because I know that I had a conversation at the League of Cities meeting with some decision makers in that area. I believe our other council members did as well that were there. Just wondering if there was any fruit from that. Is there a more responsiveness?
HD has been much more responsive. We've had about 5 meetings with our reviewer, which has been very positive. That's why they gave us the indication, the commitment verbally, in writing, to look at our housing element within those 30 days. Because we have been working so closely with them on the revisions and the resubmittal, it won't be the first time they've seen many of the red lines and the edits, because we've gone through them in calls together. And we've even made changes that the reviewer suggested to the language. And these aren't really policy changes. We brought those to council earlier to get your feedback on some of the policy changes. It's more, again, saying what they want you to say in the way they want you to say it. So that's why I'm hopeful, but I'm not saying it's not competitive with other cities, and every time one of theirs gets approved, we don't, but we're trying very hard to get it approved this round.
This was by no means a question of your
No,
efforts. I just wanted to know if
We're
there
all
had
very
been
competitive
improvement.
about it.
I know there's been a lot of work that's been done, so thank you.
Yeah, so it's been very much better with HCD the past couple months than the year prior. Yes. So again, hillside preservation, initially staff time, and then depending on what council wanted to do with that information could be additional cost. Again, based on everything that's on our plate right now, which is quite a bit, that would probably be a mid-2024 item. Number 7, we could fold into the ODS. Again, I don't think there would be a budget impact, but we would check with the consultant and make sure that the current budget for the ODS project would cover that. And if not, we would let council know. As I said, the CEQA thresholds of significance is a big one. That would require a lot of outside legal, a lot of staff time. I don't have a cost estimate. Was there one in the table?
There wasn't a cost estimate. There was a staff time estimate of 60 hours. And I just wanted to clarify for the council, in the table that was attached to the staff report where there's an estimate for either staff time or budget, super estimates. I mean, very, very approximate at this point. And a lot of times you don't really know the total time or cost until you actually get into it. But that was just to kind of, again, start the conversation.
So I do have a question. With our prioritization of this, in staff's viewpoint, are some of these more expensive things that are lower priorities worth spending the money sooner? I would like to know in what work's being done right now, how effective are these changes going to be made, and could we be making better decisions to get some of, even if it's more expensive, is it more necessary?
So I think all of these are necessary and only a couple are expensive, potentially expensive. So that would be the CEQA thresholds and maybe a hillside preservation if that requires a lot of outside legal. The CEQA thresholds are very important for us to have, but because it is so time intensive, it's a big project, we just haven't been able to carve that out with what our work plan has been the last couple years. So our ability to get to it quickly doesn't reflect how important it is for the city, if that makes sense. It's because there's so many other things on our plate. The CEQA thresholds is very, very important. Just we're doing a lot of other very, very important things right now as well. So I think that would be a good use of staff time and city resources. It's just not one we can take on in the next 6 months for sure. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
And
So
if
does that mean, though, that it moves up higher in the priority list or lower based on the amount of time it's going to take?
So again, the prioritization for us, we already know it's important. It's just, we just don't have the capacity to take it on right now. So if council moved it up and said, that's the next thing big thing you should work on, and that was the understanding, then we could come back and check in with council what that schedule might look like. But for the next 6 months at least, we are doing a zoning ordinance update, objective design standards, lots of big development projects, the housing element. I know I'm missing a couple things. A few future agenda item requests that we're bringing back. So like I said, even if council said that was our #1 priority, unless other priorities shifted, we still just would not have the capacity to get to it soon, if that makes sense. We can certainly.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No.
I think I'd like to just add that we've given like a list of like the 9 priorities out of a long list. And I'd like to defer to your department, to all the departments and your discretion on how soon these things come out based on your bandwidth. So that would be my preference. I don't want to tell you all like this needs to be done in 6 months, knowing that you don't. I'd like to defer to what you all think you can do in time, knowing that these are what we prioritize.
And that's helpful, and I appreciate that. And the website, I think we can carve out in the next couple months and really make meaningful effort on that. And then I can certainly provide you an update in a couple of months on what the schedule might be for some of the other items.
And if I could chime in for just 1 second, I wouldn't want the record to reflect that we don't currently have any CEQA thresholds, because we certainly do. You see CEQA documents all the time. You saw one tonight that had thresholds. This is looking at a more customized set of thresholds that reflect Brentwood in particular, not some other default that we currently use. So just so the public knows, we do have that. In addition, just because it might amuse you, if you Google Hillside Preservation Ordinance Brentwood, you will find one, but it's for Brentwood, Tennessee, as one of our consultants found out, yes, erroneously one day. So there are others out there, including for Brentwood. It is not this Brentwood.
Katie, number 4, I believe, is included with 1 through 3.
Is that correct?
Ready for a motion? All right.
So do I have a motion on this item, or are there any other priorities we'd like to?
As detailed in the staff report, I move to prioritize the following actions as it pertains, items 1 through 9, that is before us on the spreadsheet created by Katie.
And I will second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Before I ask for the vote, staff, is there anything that we should have in mind that we haven't discussed yet before we make this decision?
No, I think this is a great list and very helpful to staff to sort of carve out some specific items rather than looking at that enormous list. So I don't have really anything to add, but thank you for helping prioritize it.
Well, thank you. Then all in favor, aye?
Aye.
It is unanimous. Moving on to item G3. And thank you very much, Alexis and Eric and Jennifer. I know she's not here, but our next item is related to possible outsourcing of wastewater lateral repair work. And Casey will report on this. Casey?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you could share my screen, please. This item is being presented tonight in response to council's request for a cost-benefit analysis to compare the cost of contracting out wastewater lateral repair work with the cost of hiring additional staff and performing the work in-house. Staff previously surveyed different neighborhoods in town and found that roughly 80% of the homes have sewer laterals that need repairing. This means that there are roughly 16,000 laterals citywide that need repairing. As you can see in this illustration, the city's responsibility for the sewer line starts at the property line and goes in the street to the main sewer line that's under the street. The residents are responsible for the remainder of the sewer line on their property. Over time, the ground settles and compacts, and typically the ground under the road settles less than the home lots because when the road is constructed, the subsurface is compacted in order to minimize asphalt cracking and prolong the life of the roadway. When the home lot settles more than the roadway, this causes the pipe underneath the ground to become stressed, and oftentimes that lateral will break. If you picture a pipe under the ground and one side settles more than the other, that pipe is rigid and it will just snap in two pieces. This picture illustrates what a typical lateral repair job looks like. You can see this vantage point is taken from a resident's yard looking out toward the street. So in order to access these laterals that are underground, we have to dig a hole in the front yard near the property line. We have to remove sometimes several sections of concrete, and we usually have to dig a hole in the roadway as well. Most of the sewer laterals are 4 to 8 feet below grade, with some as deep as 20 feet. Once we access these pipes, we can replace the broken sections. And after the pipe is repaired, the hole is backfilled with soil and compacted, and any damage to the front yard landscaping is repaired. The sidewalk is reformed, new concrete is poured, and the roadway is paved with new asphalt. So this picture illustrates what we're talking about. Not always are the pipes completely broken in half like this. Sometimes there's just a split at the coupling, and there'd be what we call offset, meaning one pipe is a couple of inches higher than the other. The problem with that is anytime there's an offset or a break, these lines are, they flow by gravity. They're not pressurized, so it doesn't create sinkholes necessarily, but it can cause debris to catch on the offset or the one piece of pipe sticking out into the other. And that debris accumulates over time and will cause the sewer system to back up and overflow either at the cleanout or near the resident's house, where it will cause their plumbing to back up. For this analysis, staff began with the assumption that roughly 200 laterals would be repaired annually. We then reached out to 8 general contractors that bid on a recent underground pipeline installation job and asked them for an informal cost estimate. The cost varied significantly depending on the depth of the sewer lateral, how much pipe ultimately needed to be replaced for each job, other underground utilities in the area, and other complications similar to that. Comparing costs for this work is not as straightforward as one might think. In order to get firm pricing from a contractor, the contractor has to have a set of project plans and specifications to bid on. And the state public contract code requires a formal bidding process, a contract that complies with public agency contract law and several other provisions, including insurance, bonds, prevailing wages, and other administrative requirements that add significant costs. Engineering costs alone to produce plans and specifications detailed enough for a contractor to actually give us a firm price will cost roughly $60,000 to prepare. In addition, we hire contractors. Each contract is given a contingency allowance to account for unknown or unforeseen conditions discovered during the work. Typically, 10% contingency is used, and that's what we assumed for this analysis. And we also have to have construction inspectors verify the work anytime it's performed by an outside contractor. Given current workloads by the construction inspectors group, this analysis assumes the city would also contract out the construction inspection. And that inspection and contract administration would also add approximately $75,000 annually. So based on the estimates provided by the contractors, we got a cost ranging from $7,500 to $25,800 per repair, and those are just high and low end ranges based on the complexity of the job. They don't have detailed plans to give us exact amounts, so they said in the event that it's a super easy case and it's a shallow line and there's not very much roadway that has to be torn up, it's roughly $7,500. And in the event that it's a really deep line that requires trenching and shoring and big heavy equipment, then it will be much more expensive, up to almost $26,000 per job. So using these ranges in the table that you see, we added up all the costs, and we came up with an annual cost of roughly $1.8 to $5.8 million per year if we were to contract this out. Performing this work in-house has significant advantages. There are no public contract code requirements if we're doing the work, which means we don't need to develop formal engineering plans and specifications. We don't need bid documents. We don't get charged for a bond, and we don't pay prevailing wage or inspections or contract contingencies. All of that stuff goes away. Staff did price out the materials for the job, and they are a fairly small portion of the work. The material costs vary from $14,000 to $400,000 on an annual basis, depending on how many feet of line, how many tons of asphalt, and how many yards of concrete, that sort of thing. The most significant costs are the annual salary and benefits for the additional personnel it would take to do this work. We calculate that cost for 3 collection system workers and 2 streets maintenance personnel at $784,000 annually. We also included annual maintenance and replacement costs on vehicles and equipment that would be required to do this work at roughly $79,000 a year. So you add all that up, and the annual estimates for doing the work in-house are roughly $880,000 to $1.3 million annually. It should also be noted there are one-time replacement costs of approximately $450,000 that would be needed the first year. That is to purchase the necessary equipment. We need a backhoe and a dump truck and a couple of pickups and that sort of thing. Even when we consider these one-time costs, performing this work in-house will result in significant savings. Based on the calculations, that we estimate the cost savings to be roughly $1 million a year, all the way up to $4.5 million a year if we perform this work in-house. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay. Questions, staff? Councilmember Pearson.
I want to thank you. We did a specific ask, and you gave us exactly what we asked for, so thanks for the report you gave. I did have a question regarding, because I didn't know until this presentation, will we be doing in-house the landscaping, or is that going to be like TerraCare or somebody for the homes? Because I didn't know that that was going to be, we have some people who have like the artificial turf or specific stones that may have to be destroyed, and or.
It's typically something we do in-house. Most of the sewer laterals and the water lines, those lines are put in a portion of the yard where they don't add a lot of landscaping. So generally it's just replacing a couple of sections of turf. So in the event it's turf or bark or something simple, we'll do that in-house. If we need to reach out and do something more significant, I don't recall a case where that's happened yet, but we can certainly bring in outside resources if we need.
Okay.
Any further clarifying questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I will open public comments. Margaret?
If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. We'll take public comments from those in the chambers first, and then those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. And I have no speaker cards in the chambers. I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Rod.
Hi, thank you, Margaret. Are you able to hear me okay? Yeah. All right. So my PC died during public comments on the last item, and I'm really disappointed COS 1B was not included because Deer Ridge Open Space, which is 170 acres of privately owned space, was not included.
Mr. Floor, I'm really sorry, but you can't be speaking on a previous item on this item agenda according to the rules of that we have to operate by. I do apologize for that, but we're not able to take a comment that is not on the specific item. Do you have?
I'm just asking for item H to be reopened later so that I could ask for a future agenda item to be put forward.
Our legal advisors are telling us that that is not possible. Damien, could you give a response to this?
Well, it's up to the council what they'd like to do, but that's not appropriate at this time. The public comment should be limited to this item. In the past, when speakers have not spoke to the agenda item, they've been cut off immediately. So Mr. Fleur knows this, and we don't want to do that to him. It'd be up to the council if they want to take any additional agenda items later, but that's not this is not the time to do it.
Okay, Mr. Fleur, if you heard that, I will open up later in the agenda time, request the council if they'd be interested in opening up for a request at that time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, when this item's over, I'd like to clarify that, because the item I think that's being asked to open up might be related to the future agenda items, which is part of the general public comment at the beginning of the meeting for new future agenda items, and that's limited to in-person participation. It can't occur over the Zoom.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Having been reminded of the new processes that we're abiding by for the protection of our community and staff, we will not be able to take public comments on an agenda item from Zoom at this time. But thank you. We did hear your comment.
I have no additional hands raised and no speaker cards.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comments and move into council discussion. I do want to thank Councilmember Pearson for having requested this. It's really important to me that our community understands that we take very seriously our fiduciary responsibility. And I will tell you, I expected it to be less expensive for us to do this in-house. I was astonished at exactly what the numbers were that made it financially so much more feasible to do that. But I do appreciate your presentation. It was very clear and very forthright, and it's greatly appreciated. And even as someone who has had to deal with this personally, it's good to know what is and isn't our responsibility as homeowners. I get that question a lot when there is plumbing issues, sewage issues. What's the city responsible for? What are we as homeowners responsible for? So that was very clear. So thank you. It's greatly appreciated. Any further discussion? Do I have a motion on this item?
As detailed in the staff report, I move to receive the report and provide the following direction to staff, that you come back to us with the head count you need in order to move forward with this.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous. Moving into item G4. The next item is related to a lease agreement with the Downtown Business Coalition, and Ricardo Noguera will present. Ricardo, is this your second presentation? First presentation? It's good to see you.
Can you hear me? I can't recall, but good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Ricardo Noguera, Economic Development Manager. I'm hoping, let me see if we can set it in slideshow mode. There we go. So it's a pleasure to finally bring this item to you. We've been working on it for the past several months with the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. I'm very pleased to share with you this draft lease agreement that we've been working on with our local partner. And As many of you may know, this is a downtown treasure. And just over a year ago, council was considering selling it. And we were also considering renovations to it. So I'm glad to come before you this evening and share a draft lease for council to consider. So the recommendation this evening is for staff, is for council to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a 54-month lease with the Downtown Brentwood Coalition for the city-owned property commonly referred to as a women's club, which is located at 648 2nd Street. And you may ask, why is it a 54-month lease? Because any longer, and we would have to go through the state's Surplus Land Act policy, which would delay this several more months. As part of the lease, the DBC will complete and pay for all necessary building and site improvements to support its administrative functions of the site. The lot size, by way of background, property characteristics, it's about 7,500 square feet. The building is 800 square feet in size. There are 13 stalls in the rear of the property. Use of the property will conform to ADA requirements with respect to parking and access to the building. The current zoning is residential. That's why we had to go to the Planning Commission last week for the CUP. Although the building has never served as a residence since it was built in 1913. And as I just mentioned, the Planning Commission approved the CUP unanimously last Tuesday. Here's a shot of the interior of the building. It will serve as administrative offices for the DBC. Approximate hours are from 8 to 6, Monday through Friday. It'll serve the DBC board members, the membership, city staff, and the general public. The proposed tenant improvements include HVAC, heating and air conditioning system, bathroom additions, kitchen, ADA, and landscaping. The term of the lease is for 54 months. And as part of the agreement, the DBC will secure all required permits for the improvements to the building and grounds within 24 months of executing the lease agreement, unless prior extensions are approved by the city manager or his or her designee. The lease amount, a total of $5, shall be paid by the DBC to the city if the lease is approved. Over the course of the first 24 months, the DBC will expend thousands of dollars for labor and materials in exchange for the attractive lease terms. It should also be acknowledged that the DBC partners with the city's Economic Development Division on fulfilling business services in downtown, as well as playing a vital role in the downtown. And this new restaurant that's coming in town, Locanda, the DBC has been assisting us, as well as the restaurant, in recruitment of employees. And with that, I'm done.
Councilmember Mendoza?
I do have a question. There's been some, let's call it gossip, about how this came about. They're saying there was some backroom dealing with some council people or people on how this happened, which I know we all heard about at the same time. Can you go through the timeline of how this happened and how we ended up here?
Sure. So I want to say last summer 2022, correct me if I'm wrong, Josh was handling this item, and he had completed, the spring of 2022, we had completed some cost estimates for the renovations of the building. They were astronomical, well over $400,000. Then we also looked at the possible disposition of the property. And I know council was weighing it, well, do we actually sell this property? And there's a provision in the agreement with Contra Costa County that if we were to sell this property other than for civic purposes, such as what we're proposing here, we would have to pay the county the $80,000 we purchased the property for back in 2001, as well as any improvements. Shortly after council decided you needed to retain this downtown treasure, we were approached by the DBC. In fact, the executive director contacted me and said, hey, do you think we have a shot at pursuing that property? At first, she wanted to purchase it. I said, well, I do not believe at this time the city would consider selling the property. In addition to that, the state was now ramping up the Surplus Policy Act, and they were looking at every property we own, including the CD manufacturing building next door to the police station. Every property, we have 14 properties in addition to this, that we're going to have to go through an exhaustive process to dispose or to lease to other users. So when the DBC approached staff, we thought about it internally and we said, you know, the DBC is really an extension of our economic development staff. We communicate with Amy almost on a daily basis. She assists us in business recruitment. She assists us in business retention and a wide variety of other activities. We thought, you know, thinking about that, we said it would be a great deal, especially if they can address the tenant improvements required to bring that building up to code. So with that said, we then approached the city manager and said, hey, we have a good opportunity here. DBC has approached us to lease this building. What are your thoughts? We shared with council and well, I have to be careful. And then we started negotiating the lease over the past several months. We also learned, and I learned, I guess, this past spring that it was residential, and I was a little surprised because it has always served as a library, the women's club, and other nonprofit functions for the past 110 years. Excuse me, 83. I'm getting tired. 90 years, apologize. For the past 90 years, it has never served as a residence. But once we learned we had to go through the CUP process back in May or so, we then started working with planning staff to put it on the agenda and address the following activities we needed to do. And that's what brought us here this evening.
Thank you. I appreciate the history.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions of staff? Okay. Seeing none, we will open public comments. Margaret?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comment in the chambers, followed by Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. I do have 4 hands raised. I'll start with Amy Tilley. Amy, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you guys for everything tonight. It's been a long night. I'll try to make this short. But my name's Amy Tilley. I'm the Executive Director with Downtown Brentwood Coalition. And I wanted to say thank you to the city staff who has helped us get to this point. I would just add, as far as the history goes, I remember when I took the position, and I tried to go back and do my homework through as many city council meetings and staff reports and things as I could in the years prior. And I believe this, the DBC's desire to have a downtown space, and specifically looking at the women's club as a possible option, wasn't necessarily new, but I was listening in at the meeting when the women's club was potentially going to be sold, and I just thought there's just no way we can't sell this historic building. And so, you know, we did get right to work at trying to put together a proposal that would be attractive, you know, in a lot of different ways, would make the building a hub for the community and revive it so that it could be of service to the community again. And also just make sure we were giving it the respect it deserved as a historical building. I want to say thank you so much to Ricardo, Darren, Tim, Abraham for helping us get to this point. And we would just ask City Council that you would authorize the city staff to allow us to sign the lease for this building. And we look forward to being good stewards of the property and serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Oh, we only have 2 minutes. Okay, well, I'll take it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am very happy that Amy and her team, they finally get place downtown that hosting their offices. They do more than we ever think. I only saw it in action with Oktoberfest festivities, and I'm very impressed of their energy and how much opportunity, economic opportunity they create for our downtown businesses. Definitely more than what Chamber of Commerce does for the city economically. Mr. Noguera, thank you so much for an amazing report and being on point with answering questions from the council. I'm happy this building gets a good use. However, I want to conclude by saying, Bruce, Tim, Damien, and Joel, you're all incompetent and you have to go. Consider that leaving earlier rather than later. Bye.
The next speaker is Peter. Peter, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant, council members, and staff. On behalf of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition, I would like to thank you for your consideration in regard to the Women's Building. This is an opportunity we have worked diligently towards throughout the years and are hopeful to continue our work for years to come. Thank you again for everything you've done.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I was just kind of surprised to hear that there's any controversy at all around this. This came to the Planning Commission the last meeting, and it was kind of the easiest no-brainer decision we ever made to approve it, the use, because this building clearly doesn't have any residential use anymore, with the backyard being replaced by a parking lot. It's just a little house, and it's right there in the middle of downtown, and an office space with Downtown Brentwood Coalition is just, I can't imagine a more perfect use for it. So I wholeheartedly support it, and I'm very glad to see this coming to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers. Oh, wait, I do have one more in person.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Greg Robinson, 30-year resident. I wasn't going to bring it up, but since Councilman Mendoza brought up the question, I don't think the answer was answered. The question was, we must run in the same circles, because I heard that same rumor, was when was the public notified that that building was available for lease? That was the rumor that I heard that they wanted to know. When was the public notified that a public building was available for lease? I totally support the Downtown Coalition. I think it's a great location for them, but the question still stands. Also, dealing with business owners all day long, one of the concerns that I've talked with many of them is that they can't get their occupancy permit because the city has such high standards, which I agree, for construction and all that. And I just hope that we don't hold these guys to that same accountability, because I'm not sure where that $400,000 is coming from. You just said that it was all this stuff that needed to be done to the tune of $400,000. So I'm hoping that you're going to allow that to, maybe they get in without all that. But that's a great question, Jovita. When was the public notified that that building was available for rent?
I have an additional speaker in person, Denise.
I couldn't be more pleased and happy for the Downtown Brentwood Coalition to have a fantastic space that represents the downtown businesses and the needs of also providing some public use for those who are coming into downtown. And I would just also like to say on behalf of the chamber that when we work collaboratively and we work together, we get to support the entire community. And it's not just a who does what and how much they earn and so forth and so forth. We're a nonprofit organization as well, and the chamber funds itself, which also does get the benefit of grants from the Economic Development Department, which is also provided by many of the business taxes that businesses pay. So I don't think we need to look at it as an us-them in this community. I think that looking at how we can work together creates a much more engaging, dynamic, and vibrant economy for this community. So again, congratulations on the DBC getting to this place, and I'm glad that the City Council is able to look at this and take this into favorable consideration.
I have no additional speakers.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion.
So I'm ecstatic for this line item. Before I was on council, when I would listen to these, I know when it first came up, and then it came back up when we were here, and I always thought, oh, a visitor center, or we talked about agricultural, and I couldn't think of a better organization to be placed there. I have to agree with one of our speakers. I think that this is what cities should do: support organizations like DBC and the Chamber of Commerce, who does so many amazing things for us as a city. Some of our larger events have been put on by those two organizations in addition to other organizations. And I think these are the things that we should do to absolutely support them, because they support us. And I think I saw this in Benicia. I said this during our agenda. I went to an event where there was a gentleman who rented one of the large mansions in Benicia for $1, and he revamped it, and it was a benefit to the city. It was a hub for small businesses to come and do things. So I'm looking forward to what the DBC will do out of this space. And the fact that we can keep something in our city that belongs to us, it goes a long way, so.
Yeah, I'm excited about this as well. I was so excited when it came to us and it was presented to us. And it's 11, I'm ready to make a motion whenever the mayor's ready to take a motion.
Just want to say I'm super excited. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm also very excited about this. I will tell you, I want to thank Amy Tilley for all the work that she does with DBC as well. She is such a treasure that they tried to put her in the vault in the former bank downtown, and it couldn't contain her. But I'm very excited about this opportunity to partner for economic development purposes and for our community. It's going to be a great location downtown for any guests, anyone coming in to get information as well. So with this, do I have a motion on this item?
Yes. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to sign the lease with the Downtown Business Coalition for use of the Women's Club building.
And I will second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Woo! Aye.
Okay. Before we dismiss, before I call for a motion for adjournment, I want to adjourn in the honor of celebrating a very notable day today. I've learned long ago not to mention the amount of days or years. But at some point in the past, one of our council members was born today, and we wish her a very happy birthday while it is still today. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
So moved. Oh, second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.